This is a story my family told me when I was growing up. We live in a rural community on the Navajo reservation. My aunt and her two brothers were home alone while my grandparents had left for the evening to attend a chapter house meeting. They were in the house, and like many people from the reservation, they didn't have electricity. It had been dark outside for about an hour, and my aunt and uncles were getting ready for bed. Outside, they heard noises, as if something was moving things around. My oldest uncle went to look out the front window and saw a figure by the truck. This was immensely out of the ordinary, because the closest neighbor was miles away. Whatever it was opened the truck door and began to dig through the personal items that my family had left in the vehicle. My aunt and uncles were frightened by the sight and knew they should take action. They took out a rifle and all steadied themselves to hold it up. They flung open the door and aimed it at the dark figure. The figure turned around and started to walk towards them, totally unfazed. My uncle pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. The figure drew closer and my aunt began to smell something like a rotting corpse. It was so strong it made her gag. My uncle continued to pull the trigger with no luck, and the figure came closer and closer. Off in the distance, headlights were coming up the road. My grandparents were returning. The figure looked towards the lights and started to move away and tucked itself behind a tree near the house. My oldest uncle ran towards the truck. My grandfather got out of the car and my uncle pointed to the tree. The thing was poking its head out to observe what they were doing. My grandfather ran into the house over the stove and grabbed a handful of ashes and rubbed it over the gun and bullet and placed it into the chamber. He walked out onto the porch and fired towards the tree. Whatever that thing was didn't expect the gun to go off. The gunshot echoed and the dark figure began running. My grandma chased my aunt inside, and my uncles and my grandfather went after it. There weren't many roads or paths, so my grandfather and uncles chased after the figure. The truck was bouncing and the headlights were not fixed on one particular spot. My uncle swears that every time the headlights would hit the figure, he saw a woman. Not only that, it was running on all fours like a bear. My grandfather eventually stopped the truck as it neared the ditch that drops about 20 feet. He got out and began to yell in Navajo. My uncle says that he was yelling about a local woman. He yelled that he wasn't scared and that he knew her, and to leave his family alone. A few days passed and there was news that a woman that my grandfather was yelling about had passed. I've always been told that if you know who a Skinwalker is, say their name, and it will kill them. My cousin lived in the eastern agency of the Navajo Nation, in a community known as Crown Point. She was still living with her parents at this time and was a good girl, and was very popular and played on the basketball team. When she told us this story, it was very out of the ordinary, and the events that followed would also deepen my beliefs in the traditional Navajo way and of the taboos associated with the Navajo culture. My cousin was coming home from basketball practice, which ran past sunset. It was during the colder months, so it was dark by the time she pulled into her neighborhood. She pulled into a small housing community that she lived in. It was far from a fenced community, but there were streetlights and the neighbors weren't too far from each other. As she neared her home, she saw a group of dogs. This wasn't unlikely, as there are random packs of stray dogs that roam rural communities. These dogs don't belong to anyone, and they get food wherever they can find it. As she got closer, she noticed something was off about the dogs. There were 4 dogs, and they were sitting in a circle, all facing each other. This didn't really faze her until she spoke about the event later. Because this was a housing community, my cousin couldn't barrel down the road, so she slowly drove past the group of dogs and kept going on her own way. As she continued to drive, she noticed in her peripheral vision that something was running alongside her car. She turned her head to see that brown dog from the group was trotting alongside her car. She didn't mind much until she hit a strategically placed speed bump. The impact of the bump made her entire car wobble. She looked over at the dog again, still casually keeping pace with the car. She tried to ignore the dog and tried speeding up, keeping in mind where the speed bumps were placed. The dog continued to keep pace. My cousin had to eventually stop at a stop sign. She began to feel immensely uncomfortable and tried to keep her eyes forward, but curiosity got the best of her. She looked over at the dog. It was facing forward. She continued to stare, and that's when the dog turned its head. Instead of the face of a dog, there was a flat face of a man covered in hair, smiling from ear to ear. Fear shot through her body, and my cousin pushed the pedal to the floor, not daring to look back in her rearview mirror. She reached her house and barely pulled herself in the door, weak from fear. My aunt came to her, and my cousin began to sob. She told my aunt everything, and they scheduled a meeting with a medicine man the next day. That night, my cousin was trying to get some rest. She was tossing and turning and felt very ill. She could hear people outside laughing and talking in Navajo, but she didn't think too much of it because she lived in a community near plenty of neighbors. At the medicine man, she told my cousin that she was very fortunate. The Skinwalker wasn't meant for her. She just happened to spot it while it was out bringing another person misfortune. He also told her that the laughing and talking that she heard in the night was the Skinwalker talking to its friends, letting them know that someone had saw him and that he had scared her. The medicine man told my cousin if the Skinwalker had been for her, and she had seen him like that, it very well could have killed her. After that encounter, my cousin suffered from many ailments and had to stop playing basketball for a while. She had many ceremonies and eventually got back on her feet. My mom told us this story on many of the nights when the electricity would go out. When I asked my cousin about it, she confirms it's true, but doesn't like talking about it much. Out on the Navajo reservation, we don't have the city come and collect our trash, so we burn our trash in these huge burning barrels. Not very eco-friendly, I know, but it's what we got. If you don't like the trash properly, the fire will go out and the trash will just sit in the barrel. It is important because we are told to dispose of our personal hygiene items correctly. If you removed all of your hair from your brush, make sure the trash burned. If it was that time of month, make sure the trash burned. If you changed a baby's diaper, make sure the trash burned. They tell us these things because skinwalkers have been known to dig through the trash in order to find things that they can get to use against us. They use the things that we're briefly connected to and bring misfortune on to us using these things. Some of my family members take part in the sport of rodeo. So, to practice, they have to rope a dummy and take turns roping it. My two male cousins were enjoying themselves outside and taking turns swinging the rope at the fake calf. The elders were always adamant that we shouldn't stay out past sundown, especially out on the res, where it's pitch black and there's no one around for miles. But my cousins weren't the superstitious type, and they were under a streetlight. My cousins were joking around laughing, having a great time. That changes when my eldest cousin looks over to the burn barrel. A dark figure is bent over, rummaging through the garbage that failed to burn. My cousin devised a plan that they were going to grab weapons, sticks, and rocks, and go chase whatever it was. They move strategically, so that they are able to flank the figure. They run full speed and begin yelling and swinging their sticks and throwing their rocks. My cousin said that they kept up with it for the most part. That was until the figure ran underneath the streetlight. What my cousins thought was a person was actually a goat. Why would they think it was a person? Because the goat was running on its hind legs. They stopped running and fear ran down their backs, and the figure ran off into the dark. Feeling nervous and not entirely accepting what they just saw, they began roping the dummy again. There was an awkward silence amongst the boys now. They saw something so unnatural, but talking about it now would just make it seem real. Were they crazy? Did they really see a skinwalker? The boys roped the dummy in silence until one of them looked over to the tree. There was a head peeking out at them. If they didn't pay attention to it, whatever it was would just poke its head out from behind the tree and stare. When they would look in the direction of the tree, it would quickly move back out of sight. This was the final straw, and my cousins ran back into the house. They told their parents and my uncle came out to look. It was still there, poking its head out and going behind the tree. My uncle loaded his gun and started to walk towards the tree. He aimed and pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. The gun jammed. Whatever it was began to run, but it was so fast, like a blur, as my cousin describes it. When it left, my uncle gave the boys a thorough lecture about staying out late. The next day, my cousins told my uncle about whatever it was had been digging through the trash barrel. They went out to investigate and saw the creature had pulled out a lot of things out of the barrel. What was odd was the tracks. Goat prints were all around the area. They followed a set of tracks that were found around a baby diaper, several feet away from the barrel. Whatever they saw that night had very malevolent intentions. My cousins said that although the sight was ungodly, they know what they saw and stand by their claims. So I grew up in Utah and lived about an hour away from the Skinwalker Ranch. And going there as a high schooler was just a thing to do, just to see if it was true or not, and to see if you actually got scared. But here's my story. First time me and a couple friends went out there, we got pretty far in. We got out of the car and started walking around. Mind you, this was around 1:30 in the morning. We found an old beat-up wood shed that looked like it was falling apart, but you could see through the holes of it. There were hooks, the kind you use for hanging up deer or cows. They looked mostly rusted, but the walls and everything around looked like it was splattered with old dried blood. It was everywhere, but of course it was dried. But the worst part started happening when we walked away from the shed. Since we had a couple of flashlights, we looked around when we were walking. We would see pairs of eyes around us. At first, it was just the shiny reflective look, like when you shine the light at a dog or a cat. So we thought it was just a couple dogs or coyotes. We continued on a bit more until we started seeing more eyes. But they were red, like bright red, even if you had the light in their direction. And they were a lot higher than a normal level would be for an animal. That's when we decided to turn back. What started to get me was one pair was always in front of us as we were walking to the car, staring at us like it was walking backwards with us. We never caught up to it, but it never left. Same with all of the others that kept circling us as we made our way back to the car. When we got to the car, we just wanted to get out of there. We got in and it wouldn't start. Nothing would turn on at first, no matter how hard he turned the key. He tried it twice, then only the radio kicked on. We started panicking because the eyes got closer. Then bam! Something hit the side of the car really hard, but we couldn't see what it was. It hit the car on the right side 3 times. My buddy got the car started finally after like 5 minutes of freaking out, trying to get it going. I'm in the passenger seat about to crap myself, and my other friend was in the back seat, freaked out but speechless, with the most scared look I've ever seen. But when he got the car started, there was no delay in leaving. He put the car in gear and spun those tires and got us out of there. Once you get out of the gate onto the main road that goes by, you're pretty much off the ranch. We thought we were away from everything since we were on an actual road, but my buddy didn't slow down. We were going 85 miles an hour down that road, going right home. I looked, and to the left, about 15 feet off, was a pair of red eyes. It was keeping up to us, and that's when it charged at us. I kind of got a glimpse before it smashed into the side of the car. It was definitely big, like 4 feet from its legs to its headish looking thing. Kind of hard to explain when I didn't get a great look at it. We eventually lost it, and when we got home, we went straight to bed. But in the morning, we looked at his car. One huge dent on the left rear fender and another dent on the right door on the passenger side, about the size of my head. We were so lucky to get out of there. So every summer I go to a lake in upstate New York, near the Canadian border. My family has a house that is pretty much in the middle of nowhere. It's a 30 to 45 minute drive to the nearest convenience store. We have 3 neighbors on our side of the lake, but there aren't any kids and it's mostly all retired or vacationing elderly people. They don't stay up past 10 and it's perfectly quiet when the sun goes down. Here's my story. I have zero explanation for this, and the most reasonable thing to assume is a skinwalker. Around 11:30 p.m., maybe midnight, my cousin and I go down to the dock on the water. We have to walk through a short path in the woods to get there, and the thick trees border directly on the shore. While looking out at the stars and the water, we hear a quiet, raspy rumbling. That's the best way I can explain it. Out of the forest, pretty far away. We didn't really know what it was and wasn't bothered by it. About 2 minutes later, we hear the same voice say both of our names. This time it was closer to our property. From our dock, we can see along the shoreline, and we're near a corner so we could see pretty well along the coast to our left. We were looking with a flashlight in the trees and saw nothing. Maybe someone was out kayaking at night and said something to their friend, and we just heard them wrong. Sounds travel across water very easily, so it couldn't have been someone from their house, although our neighbors are about 1/3 of a mile away. Our uncle couldn't have been pulling a prank on us because of how far away it was, and there wasn't any light. 5 minutes pass and we've calmed down. While we were sitting there in silence, thinking about what just happened, we hear footsteps. Loud, leaf-crunching footsteps about 10 feet to the left of our dock, right behind the tree line, so we couldn't see anything. These footsteps were either from a human, bear, or deer. My cousin whispered to me that we need to get inside, but I told him that it might be a bear, and I didn't want to get chased while running back inside. So we were sitting on the dock holding our breath as the footsteps continued, then stopped for a bit. All of a sudden, we hear the same voice that said our names. Hello. I've never been more scared in my life. The voice was speaking English, but it wasn't human. It had an almost robotic growl under the word. Both of us flipped out at this point and sprinted inside, not even trying to glance at what was in the trees. My uncle was sitting on the couch with our dog. We spent the next 30 minutes checking the whole property in the nearby forest and didn't see anything. What the hell could it have been? This happened a little more than a week ago, and the scariest part I wondered was, how did that thing know our names? And why was it on our property? Yesterday, I was reminded of the Skinwalker from some videos on YouTube. It fits perfectly with the story, but they aren't known for being in New York. I wish I saw what it was, to see if it had a human or a deer form. But the trees were so thick and it was so dark, we couldn't see anything behind the trees. Anyways, talking about them is apparently bad luck, and encountering what I experienced ever again will be too soon. So this took place in my dad's, then girlfriend's house, during broad daylight in Grand Rapids, Minnesota, just off of River Road. Behind the house there was a forest, but it's a bit dense to play in, so we'd usually just follow the deer trail a bit into the woods, till there was a clearing where there was a barbed wire fence that cut right through the middle of it. We'd hop the fence and go through the woods on the other side. On the other side was a planted pine forest that ran along the fence for the airport there. It was pretty wide open back there, so you could see straight down the rows to the other side. My brother and I were back there with the girlfriend's nephew, just tromping around. You know, just some kids being rowdy and noisy. Well, at the very end of the rows of trees is a road, which is actually a fire trail, but we called it the road. And on the other side of the road was a more dense forest. We reached the road and stopped and talked like we usually did, to look at a deer track or a squirrel or something, when this skunky bear-like smell came up. My brother and I both felt an urge to look up the road towards the airport fence. What I saw was what looked like the head of a huge black wolf, but it didn't look right. His ears weren't in the right spots and looked droopy, and his eyes looked off. They were too big and bright for his face. His front legs were long and skinny, but he was standing right like a wolf, just way too big. My brother and I looked at each other, and here's where I'm going to mention that my brother and I are very close, so we would usually give each other a look and know what it meant. Here we looked at each other and instantly started to briskly walk back. The girlfriend's nephew just started to walk with us. He asked what was up and we just shushed him. We were being as quiet as we could, but we knew it would hear every step and movement of us. Once we hopped the barbed wire fence, we ran as fast as we could to get to the house. Once we got to the back entrance, we looked back, and there it was, looking at us through the brush. We didn't hear it move behind us or anything. We pointed it out to the nephew, and we all watched it flop back into the woods. Now my brother and I have been raised on 80 acres of land just south of Bobbing. We've seen wolf, bear, moose, mountain lions, coyote, pretty much everything else. We both have never seen a wolf that big and lanky in our lives. I feel like it's important to note that at least I didn't feel any dread or anything like that. It was more a primal fear, like I knew we all had to get away from it, but not show we were afraid. I felt like if we ran from it, it would have taken us down. My brother and I told my dad, and he didn't seem too interested, but he was that way about everything growing up. The next morning, my brother and I went back out to look for tracks, so we could see where and how it stalked us. We saw huge dog-like tracks, and about 6 feet up in a tree, following its route back, we found thick black fur. We noped out of there fast and didn't go back without protection. About a few weeks later, I'm home alone. All the doors are locked, and only the back windows on the house are open. I suddenly notice the dogs are acting weird. Then I hear, clear as day, by the back door, my dad's girlfriend's voice call for her dog. I froze but looked up at my bedroom doorway into the small hall. The dog got up and went to the kitchen where the back door was. She was quiet for a moment, then I heard her claws skid across the floor and she ran back to my room. I closed the door and locked it fast and closed my window. The only reason it freaked me out was because I didn't hear the garage door open, or the side door open, just the voice. I blessed my room and made sure nothing was allowed in it or around it. The next time my brother visited, he slept in the living room. Now the living room was huge, and you could see out to the front deck. As my brother was sleeping, he heard what he described as an old woman screaming on the deck. He woke up panicking and said he turned on the porch light, and there was a big black crow sitting on the deck banister. After that, he only slept in my room, never out in the open. I'd also like to note that neither of us knew what a skinwalker was at the time, being that we were 11 and 13 years old and lived in the north. We just assumed that it was a goofy wolf that smelled bad. For context, I live in the Midwest in a suburban area. My boyfriend lives about 30 to 60 minutes away from me, depending on if I use either the interstate, highway, or the city roads. That being said, I usually take the interstate, then take the highway partway home, since the highway is only about a mile or so away from his neighborhood, and I take it all the way to the interstate. There is also another road I can take, a paved country road with one lane on each side of the road, with no streetlights. It eventually meets up with a few main streets, which are numbered roads, and it will take you back towards the highway and city. I'm sorry for all the background about the roads, but I feel it's important. And I feel like my choice was a definite sign that the butterfly effect is always in works. Onto the story. Earlier today, I went to pick up my boyfriend and we basically hung out and binge-watched a TV show I recently got him in. Around 11 p.m., he says he probably should go home since he works in the morning. I agree and drive him home using the interstate with no problems. We kiss goodbye, and then I am on my way out of the neighborhood and towards the street that takes me to the main roads. If I turn right, it's a straight shot to the highway. If I turn left, I could take it down to the country road for a bit of a late night drive. I decide to take the latter. I turn left, then turn right at the stoplight and begin to drive through the dark country night. So I had my windows rolled down and my music up, just letting the breeze come in. It was pretty windy, so my car was swerving a little, and you couldn't see the stars or anything because the clouds were taking over the sky, building up a storm. I thought about switching on my high beams to see better, but the road was really curvy and had lots of hills, and I was afraid of accidentally blinding someone coming from the opposite direction. What happened next makes me glad I didn't turn them on. On the left side there was a small patch of woods with overgrowth. To my right were wide open fields, and in front of me was a hill. Toward the crest of the hill, I saw something beginning to cross the road, something large and dark, with what looked like antlers on its head. I thought maybe at first it was a deer, or even an elk, and I slowed down. But when I got closer, I realized something was wrong. One of the things that were wrong was it was moving very slow, like it was hurt or something, and it didn't even glance at me. It just kept moving toward the patch of trees on my left, which I thought seemed weird. I felt like it should have at least acknowledged the sound of my vehicle. The second thing was, this animal that I presumed was a deer or an elk, couldn't have been. It was at least the size of a moose, but that couldn't be right, because where I am from, there are no moose. We had deer and maybe some elk, but no moose. I felt a cold wave of dread wash over me as I watched this moose thing make its way across the road, and then it stopped, and it looked right at me. It twisted its head so fast to look at me I almost screamed. Its face was hideous. It looked rotten somehow, like it was withering away, and its eyes were so dark. I was so scared it didn't have any eyes. There was something dripping from where the mouth was, and I could see sharp teeth poking from its lips as they pulled back into a sneer. I thought about reversing my car and hightailing it out of there, but I was frozen. You know how when adrenaline kicks, they say you either enter fight or flight mode? Well, they don't tell you that there's a third option, and that's to freeze. Which is exactly what I did. I just stayed in place, my hands still on the wheel, foot still digging into the brakes. I don't know how long I sat there staring at this thing, with the thing staring back at me, but when it started towards my car, I honestly thought that was going to be the end of me. I couldn't move, couldn't blink, could barely even breathe. All I could do was hope and pray that I wouldn't be ended by some freakish moose-looking monster. And then a pair of lights began to rise over the hill toward us. And as the other vehicle's high beams shined on the thing in the road, it let out a curdling scream that didn't sound entirely human. It was animalistic and sort of raspy. It's hard to explain. But I watched as that thing got on its hind legs and lurched itself across the road into the thicket of the trees and bushes, narrowly missing the other person. I knew this thing would probably come back if I stayed where I was. So before I could give it the chance, I slammed on my gas pedal and gunned it out of there, going well over the posted speed limit. I just wanted to get as far away from it as possible. Every dark curve or patch of trees or field, made me feel so paranoid that I could see the creature again, and all I wanted to do was go home and never, for the life of me, drive on that country road again. I made it home safe, but was shaken. And to cut a long story short, my family thought I was just being hysterical and had just seen a deer. But I know what I saw, and this thing wasn't a deer. It couldn't have been. I've read up on skinwalkers, but I'm not sure if it's what I saw. I mean, do they even exist out in the Midwest? I thought that was more in Arizona or New Mexico. Why would a skinwalker be here? Why would it come after me? Was it even a skinwalker, or was it something else entirely? Was it my mind playing tricks on me? What was that thing? Please, if anyone knows what it was, or has any idea of it, please tell me. I'm so scared I'm going to come across that thing again, and I don't know if next time I'll be as lucky. This is 100% true, so this will probably be a boring account compared to some of the other posts here, but I wanted to share this memory somewhere, and maybe get opinions on the matter. I grew up in Albuquerque, New Mexico. My mom would often take us camping in the summers. This particular camping trip was somewhere in the vicinity of Shiprock, New Mexico. My mother took my older brother Chris, 10, and myself, 8, camping often in those days, and preferred dispersed camping on BLM/NPS land to camping in merged grounds. She usually find us a spot and make herself busy setting up the tents and pit, while Chris and I would scamper around and explore the area and be generally unhelpful. On this particular trip, we arrived in the middle of the day, and as my mom started setting up camp, Chris and I started to explore the area around our campsite. We wandered into the woods of our campsite. Being in the desert, it was really just stunted trees and sagebrush, so I hesitate to describe it as a forest. But the trees and brush were taller than me and provided a decent screen. I wandered down into a gully and came face to face with what I described to my mother as a wolf kangaroo. It was crouched low, with long, slender arms reaching down to the ground, and large, pointed ears like a deer. The fur covering its body was sandy brown and patchy, as if it had mange. It had large, orange eyes and a snout like a wolf or a coyote. It bared its teeth at me and stood up. At its full height, it was the biggest animal I had ever seen, towering over us and the sagebrush. I had never been, and probably still have never been, as frightened as I was then. Chris and I started screaming for our mom to come to our rescue. Chris regained his senses before me, taking off running back up the embankment to the campsite. The wolf kangaroo turned and speed skated away from us through the brush and tree. Its legs were backwards, like a dog's, and its strides took it far away and fast, faster than any deer or antelope I'd ever seen. After a split second of staring at it in horror, I followed my brother up the embankment, screaming for my mom. We were so frightened that my mom packed us back into the car and moved camps, conceding for once to stay in the managed campground. Chris and I were too scared to sleep in our tent that night, and we clung to Mom at the smallest twig snapping in the brush. So that's my story. It's boring compared to some of the others here, but it's 100% true, and I wanted to share. I vividly remember the way this animal moved as it glided away from us into the desert, and the sheer, utter horror I felt looking into its face. Chris and I have never managed to find an explanation for what we saw that day in the brush. I used to work at a local coal mining company on the Navajo reservation as an operator for a coal haulage crew. I drove haulage equipment, and it was one of those Crest 240-ton coal haul belly dump trucks. If you've ever seen those trucks, they're pretty huge. They're about 2 to 3 stories high, and about 1/3 the length of a football field. I remember that I was working the night shift, which started around 11 p.m. Before we started the shift, we were required to do a pre-start inspection of our equipment. I walked around my truck, and when I went up to the rear of the truck and lowered its stairs, that gave me access to the engine bay. I walked up the stairs and started my inspection. I found a pretty bad coolant leak on the truck. I climbed back down and went to the cab and called my haulage supervisor. He answered and asked me if I can drive the truck to the main shop for repairs. So I left the ready line and drove 6 to 8 miles back to the shop, and I called the shop maintenance supervisor, and he instructed me to drive around back of the shop and park the truck there. I drove around the shop, parked the truck, and I wanted to see how much coolant I had left. I climbed back down from the cab, walked around to the back side of the truck, and lowered the stairs. I checked the coolant level, and I had a significant loss of coolant. I called my supervisor over the radio and asked him to pick me up. As I started to walk away from the truck towards the shop, I seen it. It was big, like a bull. It walked weird, patches of tan fur missing, blotches of blackened skin, and its head was big. The head was as large as a pumpkin, and it wobbled around like it was unbalanced. It had an unnatural look, nothing like I'd ever seen. This thing walked on all fours and about 4 to 5 feet tall. It was about 100 feet away and was walking toward me. My first instinct was that it was a sick dog, mange infested and malnourished. It continued to walk toward me, and I thought this sucker might be sick and have rabies. I took out my flashlight and shined the light at it, yelling at it to stay away. It continued to walk towards me. It was then that I noticed it wasn't alive. Its eyes did not give off any reflection and were black and solid. It was unnatural. I reached for my pocket knife and yelled at it to stop. It stopped when it was about 20 feet away. I was still walking towards the shop, and it paralleled me all the way there. I never looked away. I thought it could attack me. By the time I got to the shop door entrance, it started walking towards the east. I went inside and got the shop supervisor, and we both came out. It wasn't about a minute later, and it was gone. We walked to the east, and my supervisor drove up. Now, there was only one way into the back side of the shop, and my supervisor should have seen it. He didn't. I explained to him what I saw, and he said he didn't see it on the way into the shop. My supervisor said that I saw a skinwalker, and that it usually was seen walking around the shop. The rest of the shift, I stayed with my supervisor. I think he was scared. I wasn't scared, nor did I go into shock like some people describe. It was an experience that I would never forget. To this day, I don't know what I witnessed those few days, nor do I want to know. I think it would be better that way. To set the scene with some background information, I'm a 20-year-old Latino woman. I'm a Lance Corporal in the Marine Corps, and have spent a year in Afghanistan back in 2015. During the time of this experience, my girlfriend and I took a camping trip, and for the sake of this story, I will call her Olivia. I've grown up in a very wooded area of Florida. Many trees and animals of all sorts. Alligators, bears, panthers, coyotes, and sometimes wolves from people owning them and letting them into the wild when they got big. The area we had gone to was new terrain for us. She insisted we go somewhere new and explore around, since I would have to return to California to my duty station in a few days. She wanted to explore the new terrain with me. We walk along the beaten path, admiring nature in the wooded areas, flowers, and even small animals and birds that inhabited the area. Olivia went to college for zoology, so she enjoyed teaching me about the different animals and the ways to identify them by their tracks and other signs. As we were walking to the camp clearing in this particular forest, we came across a hardly visible pathway, winding deeper into the brush. Her nature calling was pulling her into it. She wanted to explore and find a place inside to set up camp. But call it military intuition, but I felt really uneasy with the idea. Reluctantly, with her pleading, I agreed. We then began to trek through the brush, thorny vines cutting up my legs through my jeans, and a spider web hitting me in the face every now and again, due to the overlaying branches. We walked for roughly 45 minutes until we came into a clearing, deciding this was the best spot we could set up camp. Olivia pitched our tents as I got the fire roaring, and at this point, the dusk is creeping in on us. We lay down to settle in for the night, and all is well. That is, until I'm awakened by things being thrown by the side of my tent. It takes me a little bit for my eyes to adjust to the darkness. The campfire was now a dim glow. My eyes finally adjust as I look around. I wasn't truly awake until the smell hit me like a semi-truck. The smell of rotting garbage. It was sickening. As I tried to gain my composure, that's when I saw the figure. It was tall, very large and stocky, and appeared very human-like, just too large to be a person. There was still tapping against the tent, some large, others small, but I didn't make a peep. My voice was lodged in my throat, and I'm not even sure at this point I was breathing. All the hair on my body was on end. I was terrified. Olivia shifted in her sleep, opening her eyes. "Hey, is everything okay?" I cut her off by placing my hand over her mouth, raising a finger to my lips in order to tell her to be quiet. That's when I heard it. The growling. It was low, more like a grumble and a groan than a growl, but it was a sound like no other. It was enough to make even my drill sergeants piss themselves. Our eyes directed to the zipper, and it began to move. It slowly started unzipping. Whatever this thing was, it was getting into our tent. I reached next to me and grabbed a small handgun I took everywhere with me, and took aim. A rather loud bang is heard as I took my shot, making a direct hit into the thing's shoulder. A monstrous growl scream is heard. It rattled me to the bone, and Olivia only cried out of pure fear. We watched as this figure disappeared, and we didn't fall asleep just in case it returned. I stayed with her all night, my handgun at my side. The next morning, we were packing all of our stuff and getting ready to head out when we saw it. A stocky figure standing in the tree line. It was around 8, maybe 9 feet tall. It was large, hairy, and seemed rather human-like, besides its dark, deep eyes and fur-covered body. It just watched us as we collected our things. We never broke eye contact either. The thing just watched before sinking back into the woods. We've never ran so fast in our lives back to the main road. Olivia still has nightmares about this thing that terrorized us by throwing things and opening our tent. And I'll admit, the thing really creeped me out. Let me just tell you, I haven't been camping since. During the summer of 2016, my larger group of friends and I went camping out at this spot called Desert Creek. It's a place that's about 100 miles from any town, deep in some mountains in Nevada. I'm not of any sort of native descent, but I've heard a few Skinwalker stories before. I didn't believe them too much until this night. My large group drove out to the camp spot and got set up. Being stupid teenagers, we started drinking. It was 4th of July weekend, so the camp spots were sort of busy, but all of the spots were pretty far apart, so we didn't think we would have too many problems. The drinking started around 2 in the afternoon, right after we set up camp. While setting up my tent, I noticed some odd footprints, but didn't think too much of it. By the time night fell, all of us were pretty drunk. I decided I had to go take a leak, so I walked over to a tree. But before I could, I saw what looked like a coyote, but something was off about it. It turned and looked at me and stood up on 2 feet, and it sounded like it was trying to say something to me, but it couldn't get out the words. They were just sounds for a few seconds. I was paralyzed with fear, and then it seemed like the words started to become more clear, but it's still not right. I heard my best friend, let's call him C. C's voice came from its mouth. "Hey, hand me another beer." That's when I snapped out of it. I turned and ran back to camp and told everyone, but no one believed me, and I wasn't sure if I believed myself. But after, I became really paranoid. I thought I could hear sounds all night. When it was time to go to bed, I had almost forgotten about it. Keep in mind, we were about 2 36 packs, in between about 8 of us. I was lying in my tent listening to the crackling of the fire when all of a sudden I could hear footsteps, but they were scattered. I looked out the window of the tent and saw a humanoid figure about 10 feet away standing next to the fire staring at me. Then it said again in C's voice, "Hey guys, I think I'm gonna go to bed." That's when I heard C say from his tent, "What was that?" He poked his head out of the tent and screamed. Everybody got up at that point, and that's when this thing turned and lunged at my other friend. Let's call him Jay. Jay jumped out of the way and hopped into his car, which was right next to his tent. The thing then howled this terrifying sound, and that's when I realized the smell of rotten eggs and burning garbage. The thing ran away and C said, "Guys, we need to get out of here." We all hopped into our cars and started driving out. When one of my friends in front of me stopped about a mile from the main road, I got out with the pistol my dad had let me borrow for protection, and I realized my friend's truck had a flat tire. We all heard the howl again, and it sounded like it was in the middle of the canyon where we were in, about a 25-minute drive away from us. We thought we would be okay, so we got to work putting the spare tire on. We had only just gotten the flat tire off and we started to smell the rancid odor again. We stopped and looked around and heard the howl once again, this time right next to us. We bolted to our cars and tried to drive away when this thing jumped out in front of the car and stood up. The creature looked into my eyes and spoke once more, but in a demonic-like voice. "Gonna have to try harder than that." I slammed on the gas and this thing jumped over my car. We got out of there and drove 150 miles back home, still drunk and way past curfew, but we didn't care. The next morning, I drove my friend back to his truck, and when we both got there, we were both struck with this terrible feeling in our stomachs. His truck's windows were broken, and scratched into the car all over the place was every single one of our full names. There were 2 animals in the bed of the truck, but we couldn't tell what kind of animals they were because they were so mangled. From that point on, we had never given a thought to going camping at Desert Creek ever again. I will not say my name for this story, as I am afraid they will find me, but you can call me Rose. I was 14 when it happened, so about a year ago. I was at a powwow with my friends, a young girl, let's call her Lily, and her older sister, Saria. It was getting late, probably around 10 p.m., when we came up with the idea to tell scary stories. I've always been fascinated by Skinwalker stories, though I have never seen one myself. Well, that was about to change. I came up with a story and told my friends, then Lily, then Saria. After telling stories, we finally got tired and went to bed. Saria and Lily slept in a small tent while I slept in a camper with my dad. I've been up where the powwow is many times, and we call the area the grounds. I'm not really a native. I have a little Blackfoot, but I'm mostly Irish. The grounds are full of mostly Cherokee. Anyway, I came up with a stupid idea to scare my friends. I went outside next to their tent and snapped a twig. Then I made loud footsteps along with hard breathing and groaning noises. I could see their shadows sit up, so I knew they were awake. I was just about to shake the tent when I heard footsteps behind me. I knew there were bears and big cats in the woods, but they rarely come in the grounds because all of the lights and people. I didn't want to take any chances, so I slowly walked towards my camper. Then I hear the same groaning noises I made behind me. I thought it was Lily or Saria trying to get me back, but something wasn't right. It sounded just like my voice. Haha, very funny guys. I called back to their tent. Haha, very funny guys, said someone who sounded just like me in the woods. Then I see Lily and Saria walk out of their tent. Will you stop? We're trying to sleep, said Saria in an annoyed voice. A branch breaks and echoes in the woods. Saria and Lily look behind them to see nothing. I think a bear is out there. Hurry, come inside my camper, I whisper to them. They both walk towards me, when suddenly a loud, curdling scream filled my ears. It sounded like a girl and a dog screaming in the woods. Loud footsteps came closer to us. We ran as fast as we could to my camper and slammed the door shut. I looked out the window and see a dark shadow next to my friend's tent. Then I did something I still regret to this day. I got a flashlight and shined it at the figure. It had the head of a bear and the upper body of a human and the legs of some kind of dog. It stood on its hind legs and stared at us with glowing eyes. I screamed so loud I probably woke everyone up from a mile away. My dad came running. What's wrong? Are you okay? I yelled, Skinwalker. I saw a Skinwalker. My dad got out his shotgun while his friend, who was staying the night, let's call him Jack, grabbed a bowl of sage. My dad ran out the door to see nothing. Jack lit the sage and put it in the bowl outside the front door. We stayed inside the rest of the night. The next morning, we went out to investigate the area where the Skinwalker was. All of us almost puked from the rotten smell of animals. I went home the next day. You would think the story ends there, but sadly no, there's more. I was laying in bed trying to sleep when I heard footsteps outside my window. I looked at my window to see a face of a bear. It followed me home. I screamed, but I was home alone because my mom was still at work. The Skinwalker banged at my window, cracking it. I tried to let out another scream, but what came out was a loud growl. The creature froze. I did something I thought I would never do. I ran to the window and yelled, "Go away! Be gone!" at the creature. Slowly, it backed away into the woods. I stayed up all night waiting for it to come back, but it never did. Why did it follow me home? And why did I do what I did? I probably will never know, but all I care about is it's never coming back. I'm 15 now, and still no sight of the monster. Hopefully, I will never see something like that again. My name is Jonathan. I'm 22. I've encountered this creature twice, so I'm covering the first time I saw the thing, which was when I was 14 and lived with my parents. My grandparents told me stories of skinwalkers, and they took them quite literally, which is how I knew what this thing was. One night, I was getting ready to go to bed, and my cat was in my window. As I went to get into bed, he started growling. I didn't really think much of it, just thought maybe he saw a deer or a strayed cat or dog. He kept going and started hissing. Then my curiosity got the best of me and I looked out the window. I froze. I hadn't looked directly at it. I had just looked at my yard, and its glowing red eyes caught the corner of my eye. I knew exactly what it was. I tried to move, but I just couldn't, as it just stared at me and my cat, still hissing and growling. A couple of seconds went by and it let out a curdling scream, so loud it might as well have been right in front of me. I broke the gaze and closed the curtains, grabbing my cat and getting away from the window. Then, not a couple seconds later, I heard a tapping at my window. I knew they were really fast, so I wasn't surprised that it got to my window so quickly. My gut had sank at this point, and I couldn't move. My cat was silent but on edge, and all of its hair was standing up. Then it tried to speak. There's no explanation on how it did this, but that it's been around for a very long time. It said, "Jonathan, come here. I need your help." The most frightening part about that was it was in my dad's voice, but he had been gone for over a year now. The tapping continued for about 10 minutes and stopped completely. Longest 10 minutes of my life. After it stopped, I heard footsteps stomp off quickly into the woods where I lived. I didn't get any sleep that night, and the next morning everyone was up and didn't seem like they had heard anything, and acted like everything was normal. I haven't told anyone, and you're the only person I've told this. I couldn't tell if it was a Skinwalker or a Wendigo, as I didn't see any of its features except that it had glowing red eyes, and that it mimicked my dad. I was 15 when this happened. I have some family in Arizona, so I decided to go out there for the summer. I was very bold and stupid. My grandmother used to say, "You're like a young wolf cub, always trying to figure out your fangs. That can lead to trouble." I didn't understand at the time what she meant by that. My uncle, let's call him Tom, told my cousins and I when I arrived not to go out at night. I thought to myself, why not? Sure, the place is colder at night, but I'm 15, almost a man. So I waited until he, his wife, and children went to sleep that night. I snuck out of the house quietly. I was wandering around, looking at everything, houses, stores, etc. I had walked 2 to 3 miles away from the house when I realized that I needed to take a leak somewhere away from the streetlights. I found a house with no one living in it not too far from the road. I stepped off the street, going around the right side of the house. I was in the middle of doing my business and I thought I heard a cry from a little girl, but it sounded somewhat off, like if it was coming from a tunnel or something far off in the distance. I listened closer for a while before stepping in that direction I thought it may have come from. I yelled, "Hey, little girl, where are you?" Then the crying just stopped. I was confused. What was going on? That's when I heard it. My own voice, but not quite right. More like a growl reply. "I'm scared. Can you come to the other side and help me get home?" The home was almost a dog's growl. My mind was racing now that I was fully creeped out, and I felt an overpowering need to run. As I turned to do just that, I heard movement from somewhere behind me. At the same time, I started smelling something like rotten meat. Looking back, I saw it. I think it was trying to look human, but the way it moved, like a movie zombie, all stiff. Though once it saw me, it started moving much smoother, plus its eyes were wrong. They look like dog eyes when light hits them at night. As it moved closer, the thing tried to mimic my Uncle Tom's voice. I just ran from it, but as messed up as its walk was, the thing was fast. I ran full speed, but the thing was catching up fast. The thing passed me, then turned into the middle of the road. I saw something about it, now that it was in the streetlight. Not only was its eyes dog-like, but the face was no longer human, but looked like a coyote now. My instincts told me to run the other way. I was frozen, and before my eyes, the rest of the body snapped and popped as it was transforming into the coyote on all fours. I ran in the direction of my uncle's house. I heard it coming for me as I ran. This is where something weird happened. As it got close this time, my mind went blank. I don't know how to explain this, but I'll do my best. I saw a gray wolf in my mind's eye, and I turned, realizing a growl from my mouth that even sounded like a wolf's growl. The thing stopped, clocked its head to the side, and just stared at me. The thing looked like a coyote, but it was standing on its hind legs. I started walking backwards, seeing the gray wolf, and knowing I was using my instincts at the moment, that if I turned to run, it would cease to chase me down and get me. I kept my eyes on it until I was almost to my uncle's door, where I regained control of my mind. Going into the house, I heard scratching on the door, asking in different voices to be let in for an hour, then it left. It did come back the next night to my uncle's house, but Tom knew what it was after. Looking at it through the window of the front door, it pretended to be human again, but tried to use my voice to get Tom to open the door. He went straight to work, burning sage and other herbs, afterwards asking me if I was the only one it was after. I told him everything. He was mad, telling me, "You're safe for the night, but I'm sending you home in the morning." I know he was mad, but I needed to know what this was. He told me it was a skinwalker, and it was going to hunt me until it loses my scent. He told me about the legend of them, but the wolf thing, he smiled and said that, "You'll have to figure that one out for yourself." The next day, I was picked up by my mom. I am afraid to go back that way. I don't walk at night anymore, and I still have no answer about the wolf thing that stopped through my mind that night. I was heading to a small town in southern Utah with my wife and a couple of friends. We were on our way to see Lee, a friend of mine that hadn't been seen for a long time. We met up with him at his place and decided to hang out at a nearby lake. It was a typical quiet campsite with a fire pit and a couple of logs around it. We had a little picnic there and we were exchanging stories and catching up with each other all day. Eventually, one of my friends, Bryce, got tired and decided to fall asleep in the car while the rest of us continued talking. At this point, twilight had fallen. Erica and I were discussing something while my wife and Lee were talking about something else. All of a sudden, my wife and Lee fall silent. Erica and I quickly notice. We look at them and Lee says, "Get in the car." I asked him, "What's wrong?" And he says, "There might be a skinwalker around." Now, Erica and I had no idea what a skinwalker was at the time, so we asked him to explain. After his explanation of what it was, Erica and I, being the only sensible thinkers at the moment, and Bryce, just barely waking up from us jumping in the car, decide we should investigate. Believing that it was probably just some kids in a nearby campsite trying to mess with us, we came to the top of the hill that was between our campsite and looked for any likely candidates for the scare. None. All we could see was a couple of trees and some bushes. We even called out and there was no response. As we were walking back to the campsite, we heard it. A rustling in the bushes behind us. We look again but see nothing. At this point, we were considering that Lee and my wife may be right. We get back and it's getting dark fast, so I ask them, "Is there something we can do to keep them away for a little bit?" "Yes," said Lee. "They don't like fire." And Tim, my wife, and Bryce start working on the fire, while me and Erica go down by the lake to collect the 2 liters we had put there in the water to keep cold. Now it's dark and Erica and I headed back with the sodas. We hear rustling in the bushes beside us. We're both scared. We hurry back and start putting everything back in the car as soon as possible, while Lee made sure the fire kept burning. After getting everything into the car, I rush over to the fire pit and tell everyone to get in the car as I proceeded to stomp the fire out. Right as the fire went out, I hear a curdling scream across the lake. I felt my heart stop. Lee had said skinwalkers are fast and could make up a full lap around the lake in a matter of seconds. I jump in the car and yell, "Go!" Right as the engine started and the lights come on, we see it. Coming out of the bushes right in front of us, glowing yellow eyes and what looked like a zombified coyote with decaying flesh. A skinwalker. We backed up and peeled out of there as fast as we could. This happened 2 years ago and it still scares me to how close of a call it was. I am honestly amazed that we all survived such a close encounter with this skinwalker. When I was about 11 or 12, we lived in a small house made of mud and stone, a lot like our house now. It was 2 of my brothers and I in the house. Everyone else had gone to the feast and left us to tend the sheep. We were getting ready for bed when we heard the dogs going crazy outside. Thinking it was nothing more than coyotes howling in the distance, we told them to be quiet. We began to drift off into sleep, and the dogs would not shut up. Somehow, I was able to get a few hours of sleep. Then I woke up very late in the night. It was very quiet and still in the house, except for my brother snoring and breathing. I realized I needed to use the outhouse and woke up my brother to take me there. He teased me about being scared, which I certainly was. We went out with our flashlight to the outhouse. The dogs began with their crazed barking out in the sagebrush, going from one place to the next. My brother went first and I waited for him outside. While waiting, I tried to follow the dogs with my flashlight. Suddenly, there was a very loud whine from one of the dogs. Then everything went silent again. It was really too quiet for that time of year. Not even the sheep were making noise. Suddenly, I heard a few of the dogs going completely mad by the truck. When I looked over, there was this man. He was unbelievably tall, leaning one arm on the cab roof of the truck. He was looking at the dogs for a little. They all scattered in different directions. The thing looked up at me, and I saw its face. It had a pure white face, like a full moon, 2 burning yellow eyes, and a slight smile that was pure black. I could not move or make a sound. It began to walk towards me with long strides, until it finally towered over me. All I began to see was dark red. I kept getting deeper and deeper into its eyes. I could faintly hear my brother coming out of the outhouse. With this, the thing looked up at him. Reality came rushing back to me. I noticed my brother was too distracted with his buckle to realize what was going on. I noticed this thing's long hands hovering just inches from my head. Its skin was black ash and smelt like rotten flesh in the summer. I was still unable to move or speak. The Skinwalker began to move toward my brother. Finally noticing this figure, my brother became paralyzed as I was. Closer and closer it drew. Reaching its arm out toward my brother's head, something finally snapped in me. I became unbearably angry. I broke from the trance and lunged at the Skinwalker, raising my arms like a wild animal and baring my teeth at it. A growl came out that I never knew I could make. I became more angrier at the thing, that it was trying to hurt us. It kept that smile at first, but the angrier I got, the more the smile faded. Finally, with everything I had, I began to make a primal roar at it. It fell backwards and ran into the night. Looking back at me, its eyes were dim and dull, its smile now long since gone. The next morning, my family returned home from the feast. After relaying the story to my parents, they quickly hired a medicine man. I'm half Navajo and half Mexican. For over 20 years of my life, I've lived on the Navajo Nation reservation in New Mexico. My Native American side of the family always warned us to be careful at night. My grandparents would always tell me stories of these shape-shifting witches who can curse you or mess with you. They called them Skinwalkers, because they would take the skin of animals and wear them to change into that animal, or something in between a human and an animal. I never believed in it really. I'm only half Navajo and light-skinned, so I was never treated the same by most people here. So I drifted away from the culture and thought it wasn't for me. It was around summertime. This happened when I was in high school, so about 6 to 8 years ago. I would have been like 15 to 17 then. I used to hang out with a group of guys who liked to do a lot of delinquent type stuff. You know, smoke cigs and stay up all night playing video games at someone's house. Then at 3 a.m., if we felt like it, we would go sneak out to Paradise. I know, it's an ironic name. It's basically a giant metal pipe that carries irrigation water to all the farms. But really, it was also a spot for kids to get drunk or high in the evenings. However, the place did have a scary history of kids and adults who drowned in the night. But I always thought those were urban legends. But at 3 a.m., that was our time. We as boys would test one another across the pipe, sort of an initiation, to see how far you could go. We usually could go all the way across. Now keep in mind, this pipe goes well over 3 stories high. It's also wide. I'd say as wide as an average car. We would walk this thing for kicks in a group of 9 at 3 a.m. So one night, me and a small group of friends were driving around bored at 2 a.m., wanting to spook each other. So I said let's go to Paradise and walk the pipe. As to most of these friends I was hanging out with had never done it. They agreed, pumped up on energy drinks, and we drove. It was pretty quiet. The sky was dark and the night was cold. The boys with me were Michael, Cody, Tommy, and Theryl. Now, Theryl was the driver because he had a car and his family was pretty well off too, so he never had to worry about cash. We got to the place and he didn't want to go, said his parents were traditional, and he wanted to just chill in the car. Basically, he wanted to text some chick, I'm sure, without us bugging him. I told him it's fine, keep the car locked and running in case we see something scary. Me and the other boys went on without him. As we got onto the lead pipe, a few of the guys were scared and had me take the lead. As we crawled, I'd say a fourth of the way on the pipe, talking and laughing, I noticed a faint white or light gray bat bigger than my head flying around us. It dived for us a few times. We dodged it, but then Tommy slipped because of the shoes he was wearing and almost fell off the pipe. I reached out, grabbing him on his right arm. Michael had grabbed my shirt collar and Cody grabbed his. Altogether, we got back on the pipe, shaken that we almost lost Tommy to the dark depths below. The bat was gone. We were all freaking out, but the guys wanted to continue. We laughed about it as guys usually do. We passed the halfway point on the pipe with no problems, but as we got 3/4 of the way, Michael saw something. You see, at the end of the pipe there's a hill. Behind that hill, it's very brightly lit because of a church somewhere off in the distance. Anyway, on that hill was a black figure of pointy ears, a dog silhouette. Now, Michael was a tough guy. He yelled at that thing, "I'm not scared of you, Skinwalker," and tossed a few rocks he had in his pocket. One rock hit the pipe and the other fell into the brush below. That shadow silhouette dog stood up on its 2 legs like a person. We all freaked out, jaws dropped. Then Cody said, "Look, another one to the left." Tommy said there's another one on the right. So there's 3 silhouettes of pointy dog-eared people on the hill. I told them to back up so we could get back to the car. The things to the right and the left of the hill started to move down the hill towards us. Now there's just one standing on the hill, the one who stood up first. Now we're trying to go back, but we're still halfway. Under us, complete darkness. It's quiet for a few minutes. Then we heard a girl crying. Sounded like she was hurt and scared. We were overcome with a strange feeling of wanting to help. Michael wanted to go back towards the end and crawl down the pipe to help this girl. I almost followed too, but inside I said, "No, this is wrong. Something isn't right." So I yelled at him and everyone, saying, "Are you stupid? Look at the thing up there on the hill. Did you not see those things? It's a trap. Let's leave that fake crying. If that girl is hurt, we'll come back when the sun is up in 2 hours." Now, the moment I said this, the crying stopped. All the guys freaked out, saying they can't believe what came over them. They said they almost forgot what we saw before. Halfway on the pipe now, we hear a drum being played. We start running on this pipe, almost to the car. Corey stops us. We can all hear it, and it sounds like a pack of snarling, growling, yelping coyotes. But it's pitch dark below. But we know they are under us. We run, full speed. Not looking back in the car, we yell and drive as fast as we can back onto the dirt road to a well-lit gas station, and explained what happened to Theryl. We couldn't get the girls crying out of our heads, and we went back in daylight just to make sure. We did not find the girl. Instead, in the area, we heard the crying and we saw a coyote watching us a close distance away. It was not shy. It looked at us for 4 seconds and walked into the brush. I did not go back there after that. This was about a year ago. I lived in Michigan. My older brother was planning a big cruise to Mexico and then invited me to go along. I agreed because I'd never left the country before, and I thought it would be a fun trip. So it was a day before the flight, and I went over to my cousin's to sleep, because our flight was very early and I live 40 minutes away. My cousin's backyard is completely woods with a small creek, and it's beautiful down there in the summertime. But it was about March when this happened, so the woods were very bare. It was getting late, and we were all starting to go to bed. I slept in the living room while my cousin went upstairs to bed with her husband and said goodnight. I was up, just facing the window to the woods, because it always takes me a little bit to fall asleep. Then, very faintly, I saw a pair of glowing eyes off in the distance. My mind raced as I told myself it was just a deer, but the glowing eyes were getting closer and closer. Then I realized it wasn't a deer. The thing had to be at least 9 or 10 feet. I was horrified and paralyzed with fear. It looked like a big wolf or deer that had been decaying. The thing went back into the woods. That night I didn't sleep. When it was about 4, I heard my cousin's husband walking down the steps, and I told him about the whole thing that had happened that night. His eyes got very wide and said very quietly, "You've seen a skinwalker." I've done some more research about these things, and I do believe I've seen a skinwalker. I never told anyone the story because I felt like I would be called a liar, but that was one of the scariest moments of my life. To start, I'm a white female. I was adopted 7 years ago by my Navajo family, and we've always been close despite my obvious cultural differences. Still, I learned about Skinwalkers firsthand, and they've since then become an accepted part of my life. I left Utah at the end of 2012. The first story happened to my adopted uncle. He was driving through the canyon area. They live in Blanding, Utah, a spot not quite notorious for skinwalkers, but full of them nonetheless. It was dark outside, but the moon illuminated the canyon and brush, enough for him to see out of his side vision that something was running across the desert night. He was in his 40s, and at the time, he was a police officer, so a full-grown man. He started singing and praying in Navajo and kept his eyes on the road in front of him, but he was driving at least 55 to 60 miles per hour, so the shape running through the desert was keeping pace with him despite his high speed. He said that it looked very vaguely human-shaped, but paler than any human that he'd ever seen. Still, he didn't look directly at it, and despite his singing, he was getting more and more scared. One thing my Navajo family always taught me was that these creatures feed on our fear. This one certainly seemed to. My uncle was shaking and sweating when this running thing picked up speed, outpacing his truck, and then it was maybe 30 yards ahead of him. It made a sharp right and began to run towards the road. He knew it was going to directly intersect him, and he made up his mind to put the foot on the gas. So it got closer and he sped up, and just as the two crossed paths, it jumped onto the road. He saw it for the first time then. He described it as a skinny man in jeans, with a plaid shirt, typical reservation wear, with a long face and big yellow eyes that looked like cat eyes. Its arms were thrown up over its head, and its hands were kind of flying behind it. The worst part was its mouth was open and seemed disconnected from its jaw. The chin was just flapping around, about a foot below its nose. It leapt onto the road and just as quickly jumped out of the way of the truck, and he didn't see it again. He prayed the whole way home, and they had a ceremony shortly after that. Another encounter happened to my adopted brother, who was one of the most level-headed and unshakable men I have ever met. He was 30 when this happened. He was at their dad's house, partaking in one of these ceremonies, which happens in a hogan. The rule is that you never leave the hogan alone, because the magic and energy that you make in one of those ceremonies is kind of like a supernatural light beacon. You never know what kind of creatures you're attracting. Still, Eric, my brother, was a pretty rational guy and wasn't afraid of the dark. He's been in the hogan for hours, chanting and praying and all that good stuff. He needed a smoke break and to take a leak, so against the general rule, he edged out of the round house and out into the night. There was nothing around except 15 or 20 parked cars, all close to the ceremony area. It was a large gathering, so Eric did his business with no incident and lit up a cigarette. He was standing there, staring off into space when he got that feeling of being watched. To shake it off, he walked away from the hogan about 20 feet and scanned the desert. Everything was quiet except drums coming from the back of the tent and singing within. Just as he was about to shrug off his weird feeling and chuck his cigarette butt, he saw it. Under one of the vehicles, a dark shape with two shining eyes. The eyes were animal-like. They didn't glow on their own, but had reflective light in them, and they glinted right at Eric. They were yellow. The creature didn't have the shape of any animal he'd recognized, though. He explained it to me that it was shaped like Gollum, really skinny with a round human head. Eric walked towards the vehicle and bent down to get a closer look. Dust scrabbled around and he could hear a skittering noise. One bony arm shoved gravel his way, and the next thing he knew, the creature was gone and the vehicle was empty. But then he smelled this disgusting, puke-worthy stench. And he got scared then, because that's one of the worst things in Navajo culture. Bad smells are treated very seriously when they're assumed to be supernatural. So he straightened back up, and then he realized the source of the smell. A shadow fell over him, covering him from behind. He is around 6'2", so this thing, he said it was at least 7.5 feet. He was shivering and didn't move as it approached him from behind, until it was standing inches away. He could feel it. He could smell it, see its shadow, and then the worst thing, he felt it breathe on his neck. Eric said that it sounded like a horse or a cow when it snorts, and its breath was warm. When he looked at his feet, he saw his shoes, and behind his right foot, a big hoof. So he closed his eyes and started to sing. And right in that moment, his dad and uncle got a terrible feeling from inside the Hogan. They bolted up and exited, calling his name. They found him shivering outside, too terrified to talk, and too terrified to stop singing in Navajo. It took Eric months before he shared this with us, and he did so expecting us to laugh or call him crazy. But I completely believe his story. This just happened mere seconds ago. I'm a 22-year-old female, of sound mind, pretty but not immaculate, average size, living in Oklahoma. I have a job and have never had anything that could be considered a mental episode. I live in Tulsa, the second largest city in the state. To give a little backstory, I live in a house with 4 roommates, all men. I think of them as brothers, and we never really worry about anything like intruders, and always have our 3 back doors unlocked. Now, to give you a visual aid, I live in the front part of the house, the living area, and 2 of the doors are the back doors to my roommates' rooms. The back doors lead out to a porch that overlooks our backyard. The backyard is large, though it's a pretty urban area. It snowed a few days ago, and there's still some snow on the ground, and it's freezing. But there's no smoking in the house. I put on my jacket and throw on some slippers. I grumble to my roommates about having to go outside to smoke alone, but trudge out our back doors anyways. I usually bring my phone or another person's, but this time I didn't. I've been bringing people because I've been hearing strange noises. I'm not the only one either. My other roommates have heard them as well. Sounds that resonate in our backyard, but seem to have no place. They sort of sound like chimes. The fence surrounding our yard is wood until about halfway up, and then the chain links start. So it's about 12:30 a.m. and I'm on the porch smoking when something catches my eye. Now, I have 2 cats in my house, my boy cat and my roommate's female cat. There's a cat that wanders around and tries to sneak in from time to time. And I notice this thing that caught my eyes close to the ground and wiggling. I assume it's the cat and start looking around for something to shoo it away. Finding nothing, I resort to building a snowball and I throw it. A small one, nothing too big. I don't want to hurt it. I just want it to go on. So I throw the snowball and it hits it. It was then that I realized how big this thing was. As soon as the ball hit it, my entire body filled with an outstanding fear, one that I cannot explain. I was frozen. I watched this thing slowly stand up from the crouch that it was in. It looked like a man, but gross. Its knees was bent in the wrong way, and it had gross, sagging skin. It was unbelievably tall. Its arms were like twice as long as a person's. Its face was distorted, crinkled with the same wrinkles that creases its body. It looked at me, and I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. With an inhuman speed, it took off towards the back of my yard, and it was gone. My feet started moving again, and cigarette still in hand. I crashed through the doors into my house. I screamed to my roommates to lock the doors and tried to calm my trembling. I can't get the image of this thing out of my mind. I can't calm myself. They keep telling me that I'm tripping, and that can't be real. But it's Christmas, I'm not on any drugs, and I know what I saw. I'm terrified. What do I do? What did I see? Update. 1:43 a.m. I forced my roommate to go outside with me, and there are prints in the snow. While I can't confirm that they are the creatures, they appear too large to be that of Tyler's or my own. My cats won't go anywhere near any of the doors. And when we were outside, we heard what sounded like a cat, but it's weird. It had an almost garbled undertone. The leaves were moving as well. I'm terrified. Update. Last night was the toughest night I've had in a long time. None of my roommates believe me, except for the one that's also seen a Skinwalker. All night long there was this very strange tapping and scratching coming from the attic. I couldn't get more than 45 minutes of sleep at a time. While trading stories around a campfire, my friend recalled an encounter he had while serving an LDS mission. My friend's mission region had a reservation within its boundaries. However, it was relatively far from where he was serving. On occasion, him and his mission companion were asked to travel further than usual, to meet with some investigators. This took them near the reservation. On their way home, their car ran out of gas, and it wasn't until late that night that they were able to continue the journey home. My friend, who was driving while his companion slept in the passenger seat, chose a different route that took him through the back roads in an attempt to get home sooner. He told us he was driving above the speed limit when he noticed movement in the woods lining the road. Because coyotes were common in the area, he took little notice at first. Then he looked out the window and slammed on the brakes. The sudden stop jolted his companion awake, who immediately wanted to know what was wrong. My friend was shaken, and he said he would tell him once they got home. He asked him to say a prayer. By the time they made it home, his companion was eager to know what happened. My friend told him, "I looked down the road next to the car and saw 6 men running on all fours, keeping up with the car. I was driving 40 miles an hour." I'm from southern Ohio. My particular neck of the woods was hilly and full of the Amish. I lived deep in the countryside with my father, who was stricken with frequent seizures and was unable to work or live alone. My story takes place early in the autumn of 2014. I was a 26-year-old college dropout at the time and working part-time at a gas station. Thanks to this, I had a lot of free time on my hands, most of which was spent hiking in the woods surrounding my home. On one of my many solo hikes, I saw something that changed me. As stated before, the seasons had just changed to autumn, and the trees were just starting to change into the many brilliant shades that time of year is known for. I had decided after one of my shifts at work to get one last extended hike in before the cold started to set in for the year. I had left the house around 2:30 p.m. and told my dad I'd be back around 7 p.m. for dinner. Warm sun but with a cooling breeze, remarkably low humidity, and not a cloud in the sky. Perfect weather for a hike. I had been walking alongside a creek using a large branch turned into a makeshift walking stick, my usual route, for around 45 minutes when I realized the woods were quiet. Too quiet. I stopped to listen, and aside from the running water to my right, there was not a sound in the forest. After shuddering from a chill I attributed to a breeze that had cut through the trees, I continued my trek, trying my best to match the silence of the woods with each step. Another 45 to 60 minutes passed, and my trail separated from the creek and began to loop back around towards my house. I had always dreaded this part of the hike due to the steep hills that laid before me, and stopped to take a breather. After resuming my hike, I had made it nearly 3/4 of the way through, when I felt a strong wind at my back, then a loud crack somewhere in front of me. About 40 yards ahead of me, and about 15 yards to the right of the trail, a young white-tailed buck stood alert, but unaware of my presence. After a few seconds of taking in the beauty of the creature, I noticed that the wind was still blowing, and thought it was strange that the buck hadn't noticed me. I had always heard that being upwind of a deer would ensure that you'd be noticed, and that the beast would flee. Shrugging it off, I continued walking, making sure to remain silent as to avoid spooking the buck. After walking about 15 yards, I noticed movement in the direction of the deer. Looking, I noticed he was no longer alert, and began walking slowly through the brush. But I noticed something else as well. The deer was now around 30 yards away from me, but in between us, close to the ground, there was a pitch-black mass moving under the cover of foliage. It was much closer to the buck and approaching him. He had yet to notice it. I froze, waiting to see what the strange creature was, as coyotes are the only common predator around here, and this was way too large and much too dark to be one of those. After the distance between the two forest dwellers shrunk to what couldn't have been more than 10 yards, the hidden beast stopped, and with it, the wind. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The deer suddenly looked in the direction at me and flinched, as if it was going to sprint away, but before it could take so much as a step, a large black cat lunged at it, and instantly took the deer to the ground. While shocked at the appearance of this foreign predator, I remembered that there have been stories and eyewitness reports going around for the past couple of years of a large black mountain lion roaming the hills in my county. I could no longer see the animal through the brush, but I didn't need to see to know what it looked like. Quietly, I continued along my path, wanting to avoid disturbing the feasting feline. As I walked along, I realized I was getting a clearer view of the cougar. It was bigger than I expected, having only seen them on television or in books, and the color was mesmerizing, a deeper black than anything I'd ever seen, almost as if it was pulling the light towards it, never to escape. I stopped to marvel at the cat, and as I did, it began eating. I felt bad for the deer, but it was the circle of life and all. What felt like minutes couldn't have been more than a few seconds, and I was hit with a horrid smell attributed to the deer. I noticed that the cougar wasn't black all over. Its face and hands were the typical color. Wait, hands? Why did it have hands where the paws should have been? I began to study the creature more. Features which just seconds before were that of a large cat were becoming more human-like before my eyes. What was once a black cougar or mountain lion is now a large, bulky man with long black hair and covered in black furs for clothing, eating the deer raw with only his hands. I couldn't help but let out a quiet gasp, but it wasn't quiet enough. The man stopped and didn't move for a few moments. I knew I had to get out of there, but didn't want him to be able to follow me home. He hadn't looked in my direction yet, and as he was beginning to stand, without thinking I launched the stick I had been using to aid my hike back down the path in the direction I came from. After hearing the crash, the man sunk back down and began creeping in that direction, becoming a cat yet again as he moved. Taking my eyes off of him as little as possible, as fast as I could without making a noise, I continued along the path. Once I felt like I was far enough away, I broke into a sprint and didn't stop until I was through my back door. I haven't seen the man or cat since, but I quickly convinced my dad to move to Cincinnati and haven't been back to those woods, so who knows if he's still around. I knew about the Wendigo, Skinwalkers, etc. before my encounter, but though it didn't cross my mind until a few months ago when I was retelling the story to my younger cousin at Halloween to scare him. The problem is my story doesn't match up to many Skinwalker stories I've heard. In nearly all others, the Skinwalker takes on the form of a dog or related animal, and my part of the country isn't exactly known for them. Anyone know what else it could have been if not a Skinwalker? A few years ago, 2012 or 13 I think, since I was still in high school then, I was at a party with some friends, and as the night goes on, maybe 11 or 12 at night, one of my friends and I go outside to have a cigarette. The second we get out there, there's just this completely awful, foul smell, just like vomit and decay all at once. Now this was in the middle of nowhere, so we just figured it was an old animal, and went on having a cigarette. Less than a minute later, we hear something moving in the dark, and sure enough, a deer comes hobbling into the very edge of the porch light. But then I noticed something. One of its front legs was messed up in some way. I'm talking like broken in multiple places messed up. So my friend and I are slightly put off by this, and finish up our cigarette and go inside. However, right as we start to do that, one of the two porch lights goes pop and then goes out. So now there's less light outside and the deer goes back into darkness. So, a bit giddy, we both do a fake scared squeal at each other and turn around and go inside. And that's when we heard it. That undeniable sound of nails on the concrete patio. We both slowly turn around and see this hunched over, rotten coyote doing this very slow, unnatural crawl toward us. We go from 0 to 600, paralyzed with fear, almost instantly, until another one of our friends playfully pulls us through the open door, telling us to get back to the party. To this day, I have not experienced anything like that, and it's one of the most horrifying things I've ever experienced. When I was 12 years old, my 15-year-old brother and I experienced a very horrific event while at our grandparents' cabin. My grandparents own a cabin on a rather large island in southern Sweden, which contains only 2 cabins, separated by slightly less than a mile. One summer, my brother and I, along with my mother and sister, went to visit them for a weekend. The thing we did most during our days there was go fishing. On the first day of our stay, we were planning to fish. We set everything up. All we had to do now was go dig for worms, which we used for bait. Grabbing a shovel along with a bucket, we went back up to the cabin and down a short slope and through a trail where we usually find plenty of worms. The forest is very dense and barely any light shines through, which makes the whole setting a bit unnerving for me, as I have always been easily frightened. I hear something walking and I look at my brother with a very scared face. He brushes it off as if there was nothing to be afraid of, and insists that we go check it out. We walk a bit further down the trail, which I know leads to an open meadow, as I have been there looking for mushrooms with my mom at a previous occasion. Before we get to the open, my brother holds up his hands as to indicate for me to stop. I looked over his shoulder and see behind the trees what appears to be a moose looking directly at us. I got relieved as I knew they were friendly, and as I had seen plenty of moose nearby. My brother, however, who has never been scared of anything, looks back at me with the biggest eyes I've ever seen, and the most pale I've ever seen someone, as he tells me we should get out of here. Without questioning him, I start to walk back while he keeps pushing me as to make me move quicker, and as we reach the cabin, we are pretty much running. My mom and grandma were sitting at the porch as we got into the front, and I tell them that we saw a moose. My brother, on the other hand, remains completely silent. Safe to say that there was no fishing that day. The following day, we didn't even bring up fishing. I'm sitting on the porch reading a magazine, and my brother is sitting inside on the couch doing the same, although he still has the scared look in his eyes. I spend the following hour or two reading several magazines until my grandpa asks me where the shovel is. I realize that we left it where we were looking for worms the previous day, and I tell him where it is. Just as he was about to go and get it, my mother tells me that my brother and I have to go get it, since we left it there. She also tells me that we should go dig up some worms, as she wants to go fishing later with us. I don't question it, but my brother seems unnerved by it. This made everything all the more unsettling for me, as my brother is not easily scared at all, pretty much the opposite of me. We put on our shoes and head to the back of the cabin and walk down the trail heading to where the shovel and bucket is. Once we are about 10 feet from where the shovel is, my brother stops and tells me I should go and dig, as he did it the last time. I do as he says and I start digging for worms. I have this very strong feeling that he stayed back because he was scared something would happen. I start hearing the bushes around me sway, and I hear sneaky footsteps moving closer and closer. Everything is all the more creepy as I have no idea where the footsteps are coming from. One second I'm sure they're coming from my right, the next it feels like they're coming from a completely opposite direction. I quickly put a few worms that I found in the bucket, and as I fumble to pick up the shovel, I feel as I'm being watched. My brother walks up to me and helps me seal the bucket, and I tell him it feels like someone is watching, to which he responds that we should leave. Just as we turn around and are ready to head back, I hear a crack from behind me and turn around. I look down the trail and see the moose once again, peeking at me from behind a tree. It looked very different from what they usually look like, as it felt much slimmer and sort of twisted. At the time, I'm more confused and curious than I am scared, and my brother is dead silent. I can't quite see the whole body of it, but I know that something is wrong. I stand for a couple more seconds watching it, as it is staring right at us. From what I can see, I realize that it's not standing on its 4 legs. It is leaned forward, as an old man with really bad posture, with its arms hanging straight down. I also had a weird sensation that the creature was trying to talk to me, saying, "Let me help you." In a few seconds, I get struck with panic and start walking really fast back to the cabin, my brother doing the same. It only takes a second before we are both in a full sprint running back to the cabin. I turn around and the moose-like creature is nowhere to be seen. We put the shovel by the shed where we took it and bring the bucket of worms to the front where my mom and grandparents are. The day goes on as if nothing had happened, and we don't speak of it at all. Since this happened, I never thought I'd bring it up with my brother. We both just sort of knew that it would feel wrong to speak about it, and none of us had visited my grandparents' cabin since. To this day, I'm not sure at all what I saw. I mentioned it to my friend once, and he told me if what I said was true, then it was probably a Wendigo or a Skinwalker. He showed me some pictures from Google, and I instantly found resemblances of the creature that I saw back then. Until recently, I had completely repressed this event, but after reading several stories about Wendigo and Skinwalkers, my mind has once again become haunted by this event. And in a terrible way, I realized that what I most likely saw was something far more horrific than a moose. Out of all the things I've read about Wendigo, the most terrifying thing is that people say never to talk to it. I'm just imagining in my head what could have happened if I tried talking back to the creature when I felt it was speaking to me. Part 2. Alright, so some people asked me to share more regarding the events that happened when I was visiting my grandparents' cabin. I have not been there since, but my grandmother and her new husband stay there every summer. Note that this is about 6 years ago since the moose incident. Through the magic of Facebook, I contacted my grandma. We don't know each other all too well anymore, so I don't really feel comfortable calling her. I told her about the moose-like creature and how my brother and I both saw it. She proceeded by typing for nearly 15 minutes, and I waited patiently. Her reply was a full story of her own encounter with what she said she had hoped to be just a dysfunctional moose. Her writing was in Swedish, so I will do my best to translate it. About 20 years ago, I was staying in the cabin by myself. Your grandpa was working at the time, so I was alone for the whole week. One night while I was sleeping, I woke up with an uneasy feeling. I wasn't sure why, but I just knew something was wrong. I felt as if I was being watched. My first thought was to fall back asleep, and so I did. I woke up in what I believe was about an hour, and this time I was sure something wasn't as it should be. I felt the same feeling of being watched, and I could clearly hear something moving outside. I grab my bedside candle and light it. As I get out of bed, I choose to not pull the curtains as I have a terrifying feeling that someone will be staring right at me. By now, I am convinced that something is trying to rob me. I was sleeping in the room at the back of the cabin, and so I walked up to the front and looked out by the porch, but see nothing. There are no neighbors nearby, and I can't call the police as I don't have a phone. I decide to go back to bed and try to sleep the fear away. I lay there for at least an hour without falling asleep, and although the sound is gone, the unpleasant feeling has stuck around. At the backside of the cabin, right outside my window, was an older cabin, which was used before this one was built. The place was creepy, and we eventually decided to burn it down some years later. Anyways, I hear something bumping around side of it, and I realize that I'm gonna have to look out the window. I get out of bed, light the candle again, and pull the curtains. The uneasy feeling is still there, and I have the strongest feeling that something is going to stare right back at me. I pull the curtains, and for a complete second I am caught in complete terror. I see something staring right back at me, but it's no robber. It's not a person. It's a moose. I expected to be relieved to find that it was nothing but a harmless animal, but that is far from what I was. After a few seconds, I calmed down, and the panic faded a bit. The thing was still staring at me, but it was sure not a normal moose. I took a few seconds to investigate it. For a first, it was not standing on 4 legs. It was bent forward, as if in the upper front legs were just barely floating above the ground. It was also much slimmer than moose usually are, and it had this sort of disturbing twist in the body. The antlers looked flat out terrifying. Naturally, it doesn't say anything, but I had this strong feeling that it wanted me to come out. It wanted me to let it help me. Although I felt that's what it wanted me to hear, I just knew the thing had bad intentions. I faint within a few seconds, and I wake up in the morning and let out a scream of panic. The creature is gone, and I am contemplating whether or not I was dreaming. To this day, I was unsure if this actually happened, or if I was just dreaming. Now that I know you saw the same thing, I know it was real. My grandma suggested that I tell my brother that I spoke to her about it, and I am seriously considering doing so. I mean, this for sure confirms that what we saw was not a normal moose. I had some thoughts thinking it might have just been a handicapped or dysfunctional moose. But by the way my grandma said it tried to communicate with her and convince her, I knew it was the same thing that my brother and I encountered, as it too tried to talk to us. Apparently, she had already told this story to my mom and grandpa, but they just brushed it off and said it was either an injured moose or she was dreaming. Hearing about this story just made me all the more scared, but at the same time curious about what the creature actually was, and what was its purpose. Was he trying to lure us into the forest? Was he actually trying to help us with something? Hopefully, I get some more clarification the more I talk to people about it. I ended up sending some pictures of Wendigo and Skinwalkers to her, and she definitely saw resemblances between them. That all sent shivers down my spine. To all of the people reading this, if you ever encounter a weird-looking creature with antlers, do not speak with it, or even acknowledge their presence. That's what they want. So this is a story about an experience I had late last year. I was in Dorset, UK, the night before Christmas Eve. Opinions are welcome as I can't really explain it, and everyone I tell the story to thinks I'm just crazy or I'm making it up. What makes me think this may not be a skinwalker is that I've always heard that they won't enter a person's home unless you specifically invite them in, unless it took the open window as an invitation. In addition, I have nothing which to explain the orb and flashes unless I'm really losing my mind. Either way, I don't claim to have any literary ability. I also didn't know anything about skinwalkers until I tried to figure out what this thing was. I'll just tell it like I experienced it. I was staying with my parents for a while in my old bedroom. We had picked up the house cheaply just 3 years prior, when its former elderly owner suddenly passed away in one of the bedrooms. A friend and I had been hanging out for a week or so, enjoying the holiday, playing video games, going for short walks with my sister's dog on the nearby beach surrounding the fields. On the 22nd of December, this friend left to go spend Christmas with his own family, and not knowing what to do with my newfound bedroom for the evening, I decided to go to sleep early, around 9 p.m. for a change. My bedroom is on the second floor, and my window was left open a few inches to let in a cool breeze. My sleep was restless. I kept waking and re-entering sleep every half hour until around midnight, when I finally drift off for good, or so I thought. Now, I don't often have dreams, and if I do, I don't remember much of them, but the dream that I had this night was stranger than the others, and it is relevant to the rest of the story. I was seeing through the eyes of another person as they emerged from a bush in one of my neighbor's gardens. They were steadily and silently approaching my own garden, climbing over a 6-foot wooden fence as easily as you or I climb a set of stairs. I couldn't see any hands or feet. It was as if it was a Steadicam just gliding over the ground. My sister's dog was asleep on the tiny patch of grass near the tree, and I came to a stop directly beneath my open window. The viewpoint then switched to resting on a branch near the top of the tree in my garden, watching the back of a pale white humanoid figure silently glide up the side of my house and looking at me through my open window. This is where I woke up, covered in a cold sweat, and decided that I should just lay there for a while with my eyes closed. All I could hear was the wind in the trees outside as I thought about the dream, hoping to remember some more of it. Without warning, the silence was broken by my sister's dog barking like crazy. About 10 seconds later, it turned to yelping before fading into silence once more. Thinking it was squirrels or something else spooking the dog, I planned to go back to sleep, but then I start to hear slow scratching sounds on the wooden paneling on the outside of the house. It only covers the second floor, so I reasoned that it couldn't have been my sister's dog. So I sat up, intending to take a look outside, pausing momentarily to glance sideways at the radio clock illuminating the room with its yellow-orange glow, and of course, it's 3:33 a.m. exactly. This is when the unexplainable intense fear washes over me, stronger than I have ever felt before or since. It definitely felt like something was in the room with me, like I was somehow intruding or being watched. I thought I could hear a low murmuring coming from all around me. I saw something move across the ceiling and come to rest behind the room's main light shade. I closed my eyes and laid down again for reasons I can't explain even now, as if I was being willed by an outside force. Then, with my eyes still closed, a floating white orb appeared roughly where I had seen the shadow on the ceiling, accompanied by the sound of 1,000 lighters being sparked at once. It was almost deafening. There was a bright white flash that filled the room with light that I could clearly see with my eyes still closed. As the flash subsided, I was left in total darkness again. I immediately sat upright, wondering what just happened. Slowly, I reached for the bedside light with my right arm, and it wouldn't turn on. Memories of unplugging it so my friend could recharge his laptop at some point earlier in the week came flooding back to me. It was only then when I was made fully aware of the dark humanoid figure now standing completely motionless in the center of my room, beneath the main light, as it unnaturally snapped its head to the left to watch my arm reaching for the light. It slowly turned its head back onto me, and I couldn't make out any facial features. It was as if its skin absorbed all light like a black hole. I stayed there for a good 2 minutes, just paralyzed in fear, not really comprehending what it was I was looking at. Then it abruptly, in a very jerking, unnatural movements, took a single step towards me and extended its open hand, ending in long, almost talon-like fingers. As it came even closer, I felt fear increase proportionally to its distance from me. It was almost touching my face when fight or flight mode engaged. Without even thinking, I jumped out of bed and slammed on the wall to turn on the main light switch. My head flicked back to cast a fresh eye on the thing. where inside of a fraction of a second, it crossed the room and threw itself out the open window, clearing the garden in a single jump before disappearing into the night at an impossible speed. I went downstairs to check on the rest of the house, and to make sure my parents were okay. Into the garden, I found my sister's dog whining softly, and attempting to hide behind the tree, shaking. I can't stop thinking back to that experience and wondering what would have happened if I stayed put, or even taken its hand. I've always been a bit of a skeptic, ever since I was a kid. Scary stories don't faze me, creepy games never frighten me, and whenever I hear something weird at night, I instantly assume it's something normal, an animal, or just the house settling. Despite this, something very unsettling happened to me the other day, and I'm not really sure what to make of it. I think it's the first time in years I've been genuinely frightened. I live in a forest area in the US. Me and my girlfriend live in a large cabin, and although there are no roads nearby, our nearest neighbors are at least a mile away. We also have 2 cats, one of which sleeps in the bedroom with us, while the other often goes out at night and does whatever cats do when they're out of sight. Anyway, I like to stay up late at night and sleep late into the morning, whereas my girlfriend's an early bird. It was 1 in the morning and I was watching a crappy TV in the living room while my girlfriend slept in the bedroom. I was beginning to grow tired when I heard something outside, near the cat door. For clarity, our cat door uses an electronic chip, so only our cats can use it. I assumed it was just one of the cats coming in or leaving the house, and I just ignored it. Then I heard it again. It sounded like something thudding against the cat door. It happened several times at random intervals, until I lost my patience and decided to go open the door. Clearly, the cat was having trouble getting in. I never thought about it at the time, but it was weird because we feed our cats well, and they're very lean rather than chubby. I passed the bedroom and peered in as I walked past, to see if my girlfriend heard the noises. She was fast asleep, but the cat that sleeps with us was staring at the window. I call her name. Nothing. She keeps staring. I shrugged it off and kept heading towards the kitchen. The back doors are through there, by the way. Anyway, so I reached the back door and saw a dark shape through the translucent door. I sighed, expecting the cat to be out there, and opened the door. It took me a moment to open the door, and I saw the cat tense up as I opened it. The door opened fully. I froze. It wasn't my cat. Whatever it was had started moving before I opened it up. I only caught a glimpse of a distorted figure, kind of like a tailless dog, bolting, and I mean absolutely pelting it. I freaked out and slammed the door shut. What the hell was it? I wasn't sure. My natural skepticism kicked in, and I assumed it was just my other cat, and I had merely startled it. Perhaps the darkness made it appear larger. Nevertheless, I was creeped out, and I decided to go to sleep. As I slipped into bed, I realized something horrifying. The second cat was asleep on the rug. It took a while to get to sleep that night. Everything seemed normal until a few hours later. I awoke to a strange feeling of dread. Something wasn't right. My girlfriend was fast asleep. I held my breath and heard something creaking by the door. It sounded too loud to be one of the cats. It was as if a person was walking about. I reached toward my bedside cabinet and flicked on the lamp. The room was illuminated and I saw something just standing outside the door, staring at me. The same twisted figure I had spotted earlier outside. It wasn't very tall, maybe a little over 5 feet, but it was its face that scared me the most. I only caught a glimpse of it, but what I saw will stay with me forever. It looked like a dog, but with an elongated face and almost human-like eyes. You know that weird, distorted snarl dogs pull when they're pissed off? It had that expression. I instantly started yelling profanities as I scrabbled backwards, trying to straighten up. The creature turned and sprinted down the hall. I heard it dash outside and go past the window behind us, just above the headboard. I managed to look out as my girlfriend started to panic as she woke up fully. We both caught a glimpse of whatever the hell that thing was as it dashed off into the woods near our home. Grabbing my trusty shotgun from underneath the bed, as well as a couple rounds from the ammunition box that sits next to it, I ran out of the room in my underwear and rounded into the kitchen. The door was open. I'd forgotten to lock it when I saw the thing originally. I haven't seen it since, but we still live in our cabin. But I've bought sturdy locks for all the main doors and windows in the house, and always check the exit points at night. I also go to bed a bit earlier than I used to, so I'm asleep when the freaks of the night start to wake up. I've read a bunch of forums, and the only thing that I can compare it to, based on what I saw, is a skinwalker. If you know anything about these things, please let me know. As I am writing you this, other skinwalkers are in front of my house. They are surrounding me. If I die, I want you to know what happened. I stand alone, nobody to help me. I hear them howling. By my estimation, there are at least 5 of them. But let's tell the story from the beginning, shall we? My childhood was nice. It was going smooth and buttery until my 8th birthday. After a long day and a party with my friends, summer heat slowly disappeared as the night came on. I was out in the backyard playing with my Spider-Man figure. I was feeling safe and happy, until my dog shot across the yard and ran off into the forest. I should probably describe the dog. He was a big Siberian Husky, white. His name was Johnny. Anyways, back to the story. The dog shocked me. Then in a second, I went from feeling safe to feeling like I could die at any moment. Right then, fog rolled into my backyard. I could see the outline of a figure standing in it. Then, a wolf howled. It sounded like a wolf at first, but it sounded wrong. I screamed for my dad, who came out running. I told him about Johnny and the wolf howling. He then said, "Son, there's no wolves in this country." He ushered me inside and grabbed his shotgun and went searching for Johnny. He came back empty-handed, but I knew something happened, that he saw something. I could see it in his eyes. That night, he stayed awake on the couch, gripping his shotgun until the sun came up. From that point on, every night the fog would roll in our backyard, and the figure would start howling. As I grew older, I could not be convinced by my father it was just a wolf. So, on one winter evening, he sat me down in the couch by the fireplace and told me a story. "Son, long before men ruled the earth, other creatures lived on it. So, naturally, when we came, they felt angry. They wanted to get rid of us. That thing you see every night howling is one of them. They are called skinwalkers. They are sort of shapeshifters. They can take the shape of a human or animal. Also, they take their memories, their voice, their life. But you can always recognize the skinwalker from the real deal. When they speak, there is something wrong in their voice, a certain amount of something sinister. My son, I have dealt with skinwalkers all my life. Looks like you'll have to do that too." He then gave me an unmarked red leather-bound book and told me to read it in its entirety. And so I began. In it was everything about skinwalkers. How do they live, and what they do, what do they feed on, and how to hunt them. My father then moved away to the city when I was 20. He knew then I could guard the front line. Fast forward a few days ago, I was in the backyard of the same house. Me, now a fully grown male, 25 years old, I was guarding, and an idea came to my mind. I'm gonna catch that skinwalker. So I prepared my traps, some signs, and put my lucky necklace on my neck. I poured holy water everywhere, in the sprinklers too, put salt in my shotgun gauges, also in my sniper rifle rounds. Night came, and by my expectations, at around 10 p.m. the fog came in. What was driving me to hunt this skinwalker was this. I can't have a family with this thing around us. Why, you may ask, because this skinwalker didn't do anything to me. Wrong. He got my dog. My dad found it in the creek a few days later after he was hunting. He took a good friend of mine. I didn't want my kids to live a life like me, to be scared constantly, to not have a teenage life just because this thing came every night and attacked my house. So when the fog came, I got ready on my roof and waited. After only 10 minutes of waiting, it was here. He started doing his usual, howling and throwing stuff at my house, mostly animal carcasses. And then, out of nowhere, I turned the sprinklers on. It screamed so hard it was shaking my house. Then I shot at it with my silver bullet with some salt. It came down, but I knew it wasn't dead. It was just unconscious. I then came down from the roof. I didn't turn off the sprinklers. I picked the thing up. It must have weighed around 300 pounds. But I was a huge dude, 6'8". I have trained for this my entire life. I was ready. I took it into my basement and strapped it into a chair, placed in a cage that had electricity running through its bars. I then waited for it to wake up. When it did, it started howling immediately. It changed from its wolf shape to one of my dead friends just to hurt me. I left it there to rot. But then, it started howling again. It called another. This brings me to this moment. It's still howling. They are surrounding me. I have ammo and food in my bunker. My house was built like a fortress, but the chance of survival is small. I will try to stop them, to save you. So if I die here, take my example. Be prepared for everything. Last night, I had an experience with what I believe to be a skinwalker. I was sleeping on my couch. I'm in the process of remodeling my bedroom. It had been storming on and off all night, but in that moment, the wind was only blowing. It was about 1 a.m. when I was woken up by a very strange noise. I can't describe it that well, but it sounded like an animal call, except as if a human was making the sound. It was a long, deep noise that kept on going, almost like a foghorn. It sounded like it was right outside my window, in my backyard. In case you're wondering, I live in a country near the Ozark Mountains, and directly on the Trail of Tears. I've lived out there, in the middle of the woods my whole life. I've heard and seen everything: bears, deer, cougars, raccoons, coyotes. But the sound that I heard that night wasn't like anything that I've ever heard. I'm not going to lie, it scared the absolute hell out of me. I immediately went to my bedroom. I have a window that looks into my backyard as well. I wanted to see whatever it was, but I didn't want to pull back my living room curtains to come face to face with it. I couldn't see anything through my bedroom window, so I turned around and started walking back to the living room. Then something hit my window. It wasn't strong enough to break it, it just sounded like someone hit the palm of their hand on the glass. At that point, I went back to sleep and ignored the sound. Looking back on it, I should have recorded it, and I tried when the noise came back the next night, but every time I took out my phone, it stopped. Today, I built up enough courage to go into my backyard and to investigate. There were loose limbs everywhere. I had a bonfire a few weeks ago. The remaining ashes had been dug through, not blown by the wind or damaged by the rain. No, it looked like something took their hands and dug a hole. I did some research, and I think it's a skinwalker. I'm no stranger to these things. I've heard lots of stories about them, and considering that I've seen several things walking through the woods through my lifetime, I'm starting to become really convinced. So this happened to me last September, and I'm writing about it now, only because I've read so many experiences people have had that I'm at a point where I'm more comfortable talking about what happened. My best friends live out by a country farmland in Michigan. The land is very old and probably traces back to the Native Americans. There is even a nearby road called Indian Trail. Well, it was around 1:30 a.m. and I was leaving their house. And to paint a visual of what their yard looks like, the driveway is in the shape of a U, and they have many cars parked except for this one part near the front of the house where there is a giant evergreen tree nobody ever parks in front of, and a light that hangs over to illuminate this area. Where my car was parked is the furthest to the left, and I have to walk across the entire yard and past the tree in order to get to my car. Well, as I left that night, I reached about the center of the yard and suddenly felt my heart rate was skyrocketing. This happened out of nowhere, and I started running to get to my car as fast as I could. As I got into my car, my front windows were foggy, and as I started the car, there was a small patch clearing up at the bottom of the windshield where I could see clearly. And that's when I saw the thing squatting by the evergreen tree and watching me. I have never had that feeling as though my body was burning at 300 degrees and my heart was in my throat throbbing. I looked through that small patch of my window, which was now growing larger, and the thing wasn't moving. It was still frozen in place and squatting. It was not human. And it was not animal either. My body went numb. All of this happened in a matter of 30 seconds, and I backed out of the driveway and drove down the dirt road to get home, probably driving 70 miles an hour. I immediately repressed what happened to that point, and I don't even remember how I got home. The next day comes around, and I go over to their house again, and I was sitting in my friend's room, and I told her that I saw something in her yard last night. And she freaked out at me because she said it could have been a robber or a dangerous person. And I told her no, it wasn't a person. I described it as the khaki man, because it looked like those saggy khaki tan pants, but only the entire body was that texture. The head was bald with ears folded into the scalp, and pitch black beady eyes, like round buttons. Well, her husband overheard me talking about this, and he entered the room halfway into the story and waited for me to finish, and told me that him, his dad and brother have all seen it at once, and they called it Gollum, like the creature from the Lord of the Rings. I didn't know what it was, and they showed me a figurine of it, and it had similar resemblance to it. None of them ever seen it more than once. I told them that I didn't want to know anything more about it, and I tried to erase that this ever happened because it literally flipped my entire perception of this world around. Anything is possible. And while I've had paranormal experiences growing up as a child, I wasn't too scared about things like that. But to come across a creature that is not something my brain could have ever comprehended at this point, I believe that all kinds of things are out there. But all this time has passed since, and I'm still traumatized from it. I don't want to live in fear, and I still visit my friends frequently. But ever since then, they always walk me out if I'm leaving late at night. After a couple months passed, I decided that I wanted to know what it was that I saw. And after diving deep into online forums of people's paranormal experiences, I came across a story mentioning the term Skinwalker, which I never heard before, so I decided to look it up, and that's what sparked my interest on researching more. I have read tons of stories online about encounters others have had with skinwalkers, which led me to research more about Navajo Native American folklore, and the one who walks on all fours. A part of me thinks that it could have certainly been that, but another part of me is not so sure, because this thing almost looked alien, and not so much like a coyote. Although we often hear coyotes in this area late at night. I described what this looked like to my friend who lives at the house, and she illustrated a spot-on picture of it that I'll attach here. I would love to hear from any of you with possible insight related to the subject of skinwalkers, as well as if you've seen anything like this. I have had some nightmares from it, and have thought about possibly talking to a Native American shaman who owns a shop nearby. But I'm not sure how I could approach a topic like that because it's a topic they don't like to speak about, which is why I wanted to share it here first. I told this story to some friends tonight after not thinking about it for a while and remembered how odd and creepy it really is. The man who told me about this terrifying experience in the Colorado wilderness is one of those distinct relatives that everyone has. They're your third cousin, twice removed, or something to that effect. I'm not positive exactly how we're related, but he's an incredible guy. I'll call him Greg. Greg is a decorated green beret with a silver star to his name that he earned by capturing the leader of an Afghan sniper cell without incurring any casualties. Despite his status of a huge badass, and not his inconsiderable size, 6'3", 200 pounds, Greg is a teddy bear, just an extremely humble, kind person. I have a lot of experience in the outdoors and have lived in Colorado for most of my life, and Greg and I had an extended conversation about our adventures in the woods at my grandmother's house for Thanksgiving. We were sitting on the couch wearing tacky holiday sweaters when a conversation turned to hunting. Greg mentioned offhand that he used to be an avid hunter, but had an experience that turned him off to it. He doesn't even like guns anymore, something I found surprising coming from an accomplished soldier. I pushed him to tell me what happened, and though he seemed uncomfortable with the idea, he finally did. I'm going to switch to first person now and try to write exactly what Greg told me. It was late October, which means elk season is up in the Indian Peaks wilderness. and I went up there to bag a few elk and just relax for a few days by myself. I parked the truck near a trailhead about 8 miles from where I would end up setting up camp, and was looking forward to the nice weekend in the woods with some nice peace and quiet after packing all my gear and getting ready. The first morning, I was in my deer blind, about 20 feet up in a tree with a cup of coffee and my rifle. The sun had just come up an hour or so ago. About 50 yards from my tree, the tree line ended and opened up into a big meadow where a lot of elk tended to roll through, and I could sight my rifle pretty well through the trees and could see most of the big grassy area. Maybe a couple hours had passed, which really isn't boring that deep in the woods. I just drank my coffee from my thermos and listened to the life around me, feeling the woods getting ready for winter. I couldn't believe my luck when I glanced over the meadow and saw a large group of elk had started grazing in the meadow. The silent animals plodded along, munching at the grass, oblivious to me watching. Among the group was one of the most beautiful elk I had ever seen. It was called a monarch, which means its antlers had 8 points each, something really rare. I quietly clicked the safety off my rifle and sighted in on it. When you're hunting an animal like this, you want to put the bullet right where the skull meets the spine, in order to sever the spinal column and kill it instantly and painlessly. The focus when you get in the zone is incredible. I swear I could feel the firing pin punch forward and the bullet leave the barrel as I pulled the trigger. That beautiful elk went down silently, and all the others scattered for the tree line. I was ecstatic about the shot and the elk as I climbed down the tree and set off for the meadow. I had left my rifle up in the tree, something I regretted soon, and I had only a small knife on me to gut the animal and drag it back to camp. As I was making the short walk between my tree and the meadow, I noticed that the woods around me were completely silent. Some of this is normal after you fire a gun in the woods, but for it to drag on this long was unsettling. I thought nothing of it and continued the short walk through the dense pines. As I was about to clear the trees and step into the meadow, I noticed something odd. I could see the elk's body lying in the grass through the trees, but there was something else there. There was what looked like another elk, antlers and all, on the opposite side of the dead elk from where I was coming to walk out of the tree line, almost looking as though it was gently nuzzling the other elk's dead body. This was weird. To see another elk treat a dead elk like this, they usually just scatter, but I continued to walk towards it, hollering in an attempt to startle the other elk off. It snapped its head up and looked at me. Over the body of its fallen friend, the strange new elk eyed me with its unafraid glare. I say glare because it didn't feel like an animal looking at me anymore. Its glassy black eyes gave me the same caught red-handed feeling that you got when your parents catch you when you're doing something wrong. I felt suddenly uncomfortable, out of place into the woods that I loved so much, and somehow hated and guilty. I no longer wanted the elk. I stopped dead in my tracks and watched this animal as it eyed me angrily. What it did next gives me nightmares to this day. It stood up, and it was not an elk. The thing that stood before me on the other side of the dead elk must have been lying on its stomach, and put its arms down and pushed up, putting its legs under it. It reared back, glaring at me all along with its evil, glass eyes. My breath caught in my throat. Most of its body was at least somewhat human, but terribly emaciated and elongated. It appeared to stand 10 feet tall, not including the antlers atop of the elk head. It was bald everywhere but the neck up, and looked sickly pale pink. Its legs and knees bent backwards, like the back legs of an elk. This horrible, skinny, naked, unnatural thing just stood there, glaring at me with a hatred that was palpable. The woods around us were silent. It might have been seconds, minutes, or hours. I felt the disapproving parent feeling shift. I felt more like an ant under a shoe. I took a step back. My boots felt like 10 pounds. My body felt numb, and the noise of my footsteps was ear-splitting. I took one more and then turned and ran. Running through those thick woods is tough, but I ran faster than I ever have in my life. I passed under my tree with my $4,000 rifle still sitting in it without even slowing down. I ran all the way back to my camp, which must have been a mile before I stopped for a breath. It took me another minute to dare to look behind me. I was alone, but the woods around me were still silent and brooding. I wanted more than anything to pack up and go home, but I knew that I would not likely make it back to the car before nightfall, and I did not want to be exposed at night. I cooked an MRE in my tent and stayed there the rest of the day. When night fell, I wrapped myself in my sleeping bag and tried to sleep, but I couldn't stop myself from staring at every little noise. I kept thinking about the possible rational explanations for what I saw. Maybe there's a crazy guy out there who found an elk head and is wearing it around scaring people. But no explanation came up when I quailed the maddening fear that I felt. That horrible sense of being hated and guilty far from home. And nothing explained why that thing was 10 feet tall with inverted knees. As soon as the sun came up, I ran back to the blind and took it down. Then ran back to camp with my rifle and bag, packed everything up, and hiked out. I've never fired a gun in the woods since, and I don't ever intend to again. I'm not a spiritual person, but if that wasn't something in the forest telling me to leave it alone, I don't know what is. I can take a hint. I don't think I'll ever know exactly what that creature was, but I know what I saw. Next time you're up in the woods alone, be quiet, be respectful, and don't kill anything you don't have to. I thought at first Greg's story was too far-fetched to be true, but as he told it, I saw how truly scared he was. This confident, soft-spoken military man was shuddering through his story, hands shaking and face pale. I don't know what to make of it, but he said the area this occurred is one I'm quite familiar with, and it can be quite an eerie place. I have had a few experiences solo camping up there, but nothing on this scale. Sometimes being alone in the woods can feel like anything but. It just might be that there's some force out there, some inhuman creature that guards the woods. Just in case, I take extra care to be respectful whenever I'm among nature. You never know what could be watching. I had just gotten off Interstate 40 and was driving on US 191 north through the Navajo Res in Arizona one night heading to New Mexico. I'm looking for a gas station, not a car on the secluded highway. It being too dark and I somehow took a wrong turn onto a dirt road. It was because of my lack of sleep. The sign read, Ganado. Still driving, trying to make sense of my direction, I ended up at this garbage dump site. I was completely lost and saw nothing. Just pitch black darkness with the only light of the moon and some wisps of clouds covering the small part of it. Miles of bushes, some small trees, and a cornfield. The dump site was a large area. Piles of garbage were stacked. Debris scattered the road and bushes. Deciding that I needed to figure out where I was, I stopped my car and put it in park. My AC was on and the smell of decaying fish hit my nose like a baseball bat to the face. Gagging, I turned off the AC, ready to look at my phone for Google Maps. The smell was foul, but I needed to get on the right track. My headlights had illuminated the area so I could see most of the piles. Then I noticed something was moving just near the pile. There was a small coyote digging through the trash. I could see it clearly with my bright headlights. But the weird thing was, I realized it wasn't a small coyote. It looked like a small build figure of a kid. The kid stood up quickly, looking at me. I could clearly see his face and what he wore. Swearing out loud, I could see that he was covered in black paint with a fur pelt wrapped around him that looked like it had been recently skinned. I noticed that it was the pelt of a small coyote. For a few seconds, everything registered in my brain. There in front of me stood a little boy, about 12 years old, covered in black paint and wrapped in a small coyote pelt, digging through the trash looking for something. And now he had stopped what he was doing, standing there, looking at me. I let out a yelp and the boy looked to my left. And as my head turned, nearly causing myself whiplash, there stood another, much larger figure in the brush. There stood a tall, heavy-built man covered from head to toe in paint. The parent. Also wearing a larger thin pelt of a coyote. He stood there staring at me, his face covered in red and black face paint. Shoulder-length, messy black hair hung limply down by his shoulders. He wore a huge quantity of turquoise necklaces, a silver concho belt around his waist, and silver bracelets that shined from both my headlights and the moon. It looked like it was teaching the little boy, his son, something at night. I could see his face from a distance, a stern, mean face. His eyes weren't normal. They were black, soulless, and beady looking. It was as if they were looking into my soul. Then he smiled from ear to ear. I saw his sharp teeth. What the hell? Again, I screamed bloody murder as he ran at my car. My foot above the gas, I made the decision not to try to run them over for fear of having my window busted and being dragged out into the bush. Screaming, my heartbeat hammering against my chest and trying not to have a heart attack, still gagging at the smell that worsened. I put the car in reverse, stepping on the gas, nearly running off the road as he ran towards me. As I was making a U-turn, I heard the sound of what I know were his nails scratching the back of my car. I put the car in drive, my throat hurt from screaming, but that was all I could do as I looked into my rearview mirrors to see him sprinting down the road catching up to me. 54 miles an hour on the dirt road, then onto the highway, another 70 to 80 miles per hour, hoping I wouldn't crash. Driving like a madman, fully awake, my thoughts were racing, trying to make sense of what I saw. I made it back onto Interstate 40 and kept driving, too afraid to stop, making it to New Mexico in record time. I kept my story to myself because of the backlash my friends and family would probably give me. So, this is a true cautionary tale to those late-night travelers. You may or may not see anything during the dead hours on secluded reservation roads. Just be careful what roads you take. Never having lived by myself before, I was pretty scared about what to expect. I graduated college and had landed a pretty decent job with a generous starting salary. But the downside was that I had to move far away from where I was currently living with my parents. It's been about 3.5 weeks since I moved out and I've been getting along pretty well by myself. Even in college, I had a roommate and was only 30 minutes away from my parents' house. Now, I'm living alone 2 states away from my family. So I think that I took the sudden change pretty well. I don't know if it's because of the recent stress about moving and everything, but I've been having the same reoccurring nightmare for the past couple of weeks. I'll wake up in the middle of the night covered in sweat, heart pounding, not remembering why I'm so scared, only to have the details of my dream come flooding back to me. Most of the time, I don't even go back to sleep because I'm so scared that I'll dream it again. I don't want to tell my parents about this because they're stressed enough as it is, with me living alone and so far away for the first time in my life. But it's starting to eat me alive. I've gotten very little sleep and it's beginning to show at my new job. I would say that one of the creepiest parts of my reoccurring nightmare is that I keep having these out-of-body experiences while I'm dreaming. I don't know how common out-of-body experiences are, but I think that having one every night for 2 weeks in a row is pretty rare. To understand the rest of my dream, you have to know the general layout of my apartment building and the room where I live. It's a pretty big building, 6 stories tall, and about 100 yards wide. There is a large set of woods located behind the apartment building that stretches on for a good couple of miles. But I've never been back there in real life because the woods give me the creeps. I live on the 3rd floor and the window in my bedroom has a full view of the woods behind the building. My dream always starts out the same. I'm standing behind the apartment building, looking into the wall of trees that sits before me. It's in the middle of the night and the moon is shining overhead, casting a low, white light over everything. I'm standing out in the cold with nothing on but a t-shirt and my underwear. I know I'm dreaming, but there is an astounding amount of detail in what I can remember. I remember feeling the cold grass beneath my uncovered feet, and the rhythmic sound of crickets as they sing in the night. I also remember the woods. Every time my dream starts, I'm looking into the woods, but I have this feeling, call it intuition, that I'm waiting for something. For what? I don't know. Despite all the light that's coming down from the soft glow of the moon, the trees in front of me are dark. They vanish into blackness as they get further and further away from me. After a couple of minutes of standing there in the cold looking for nothing, I turn around and start walking toward the apartment building. I go up to my room and walk in. The lights are off, but I can navigate through the darkness using the small amounts of moonlight shining through the windows. The door to my bedroom is always cracked open a little bit, so I quietly walk in and there I am. Another me, fast asleep in my bed. I watch myself sleep for a couple minutes and then wake up. Despite the dream not appearing scary in any way, I always wake up full of fear and have to calm myself down by drinking a cold cup of water to steady my nerves. Every time I've woken up so far, I've never dared to look out the window. I'm too afraid that I might see something. See what? I don't know. 13 days now. I've had the exact same dream, 13 days in a row. I'd start out behind the building, shivering in the cold of the night. I watch the woods for a couple of minutes, then walk back into my apartment. I enter my bedroom and watch myself sleep for a little bit. Then I wake up. It's gone on like that for almost 2 weeks. Until last night. It started out the same as every other dream. I was behind the building in the glow of the moonlight, shivering from the cold, standing in front of the dark wall of trees, looking for nothing and listening to the crickets sing. Something was different though. Something inside me had changed. There was an indescribable, overwhelming sense of dread that was not there before. I was afraid. Impossibly afraid. I shivered again, not from the cold, but from fear. For the past 13 days, I had this very strong feeling, call it intuition, that I was standing in front of those woods for a reason. Some part of me was always saying that I was there waiting for something. Standing there last night, I can say with certainty that whatever was waiting for me had arrived. The atmosphere around me felt different. The sort of feeling you get when you know you're not alone. I wanted to turn around and run, but my body wasn't letting me. Out of nowhere, the crickets stopped singing, and everything went silent. I could hear leaves crunching in the distance. I tried to run, but I didn't budge. The crunching leaves grew louder, closer. I opened my mouth to scream, but nothing came out. I heard a twig snap several yards in front of me, and I saw something advance from the darkness. I turned around and started walking towards my apartment. I wanted to run, but I couldn't. My body wasn't allowing me. I could still hear the crunching leaves behind me, impossibly close. I knew if that I turned around, I would see it, the thing that I'd been waiting for. As I was walking back to the apartment, I was certain that something was walking in the darkness behind me. Something dangerous and demonic. I made it into the building and walked in, closing the door behind me without turning around. Whatever was following me did not make it into the building. I was about to let out a heavy sigh of relief, but stopped. I heard something behind me. It was very faint, but in the stillness of the night, I could hear it as clear as day. I turned around reluctantly and looked at the door to the outside. There was a long small window on the door, and through the door, I could see the silhouette of a dark figure standing from just outside the door. The sound that I heard was its claw-like fingers tapping on the glass. It was a mocking gesture. If it wasn't for the lack of light, I would probably seen it smiling at me as well, quietly saying that it was going to get me and there was nothing that I could do about it. The tapping stopped and it moved away from the window into the darkness. I turned back around and went up to the 3rd floor where my apartment was. I entered and walked over to my bedroom door. I quietly walked in and froze. My other self wasn't in the bed this time. I was standing in front of the bedroom window looking down at the woods below. My other self turned around looking at me. I don't know if it was because of the lack of light in the room, but I couldn't make out any facial features. My face was just one pale blur of color with 2 specks of blackness for eyes. My other self went back to looking out the window. I slowly walked over to him and looked out the window myself. There was something right on the edge of the tree line looking up at us. It looked like a shadow, a dark outline standing in front of the wall of trees. It turned around and walked into the woods. My other self whispered something to me. It was so quiet, it was like I thought it rather than heard it. Get out. Then I woke up. It was 4 o'clock in the morning and the sun wasn't out yet. I sat up in my bed, my heart still pounding uncontrollably. I looked towards the window but didn't get up. What was I so scared about? I had a stupid nightmare. I've never believed in the supernatural, why the hell would I start now? I was starting to get angry with myself for being scared by a dream. I got up and went over to the window, out of spite rather than curiosity. I wanted to show myself how stupid I was being. I looked down and scanned the tree line. There was nothing. I scolded myself for acting so childish and was about to look away when I caught something out of the corner of my eye. It was quick, but I thought I saw something retreat back into the woods near the trunk of one of the trees. My heart was pounding again and I felt lightheaded. I went into the kitchen and turned on the light before pouring myself a cup of water. I sat there in the light until the sun came up. I called in sick to work and decided that I was going to go apartment hunting instead. As I was leaving the building, something caught my eye. I went back to the front door and stared at the small, long window. I put my hand on the glass and moved it back and forth. There were small scratches etched into the glass. I didn't want to sleep in my apartment tonight, so I got a hotel room instead. I still don't want to fall asleep. Whatever is happening, real or not, I'm scared. I don't know what to do besides wait. Wait for what? I don't know. I know this sounds totally crazy, and I probably wouldn't believe it if it didn't happen to me. I've never been a believer in the paranormal, but honestly, I have no idea what to make of what happened last night. I will say it again before you read this that it sounds insane, but please know I am telling the truth. I wasn't drunk or high, and I was with a friend of mine who saw the exact same thing. I go to college in a smallish school in Wisconsin. One thing this school is known for is having crazy parties out in the surrounding woods. I know it sounds stupid, but it's the only way to make sure that Campus PD doesn't come and shut it down. I haven't ever been to one of these parties. I've had difficulty with anxiety, but after 2 years of therapy and medication, I finally decided I wanted to go to at least one party before I graduate. I'm a senior. So anyway, I talked to my friend Gina, who's known as a bit of a party girl, and she tells me there's going to be a big party in the woods this Thursday. A lot of kids at my school don't have class on Friday, so we make plans to go. So last night, me and her head down a trail into the woods with flashlights, and we joke about how creepy it was. Everything was going smoothly at first, until we go down a smaller trail that was only 2 feet wide instead of the normal road-sized trails that we usually go through. I was kind of freaked out, but didn't say anything because I assumed she knew where we were going. So we follow this trail a bit longer, and eventually come to this sort of clearing, where the trees aren't too dense and we could see a towel and a few bottles on the ground. At this point, my friend tells me that she's got a bit turned around, but knows that we're very close to the party because she's been at the clearing before, and she starts calling out, "Hey," hoping someone would hear her and shout back. When this doesn't work, she takes out her phone and calls one of her friends that she said was going to meet her at the party. The friend answers and apparently tells her where they were. Gina then tells me she knows where they are and that we're close. I joke that she better not get me killed, and as we nervously laugh, we hear a "nya, nya, nya" sound coming from behind us, followed by what sounded like a cross between a whistle of an old train and somebody blowing. We then turn around thinking, what the fuck was that? We shine our flashlights on a deer standing up on its hind legs with one arm against a tree looking at us. I know it sounds stupid, but just the way that it was watching us and standing up there was the most unsettling thing I have ever seen in my life. My friend takes off running and I'm still standing there looking at it, trying to make heads or tails of it before I start running after Gina, trying not to be left alone with this thing. Luckily for me, Gina runs into a tree and I catch up with her and start yelling at her about leaving me alone, when we hear another whistling sound out to the left of us and turn our flashlights to see another deer looking at us. But this one was walking toward us on its hind legs, but not like a person, like a dog. It gets close but walks behind the tree with only its head and neck poking out, watching us. I've never been so scared in my life and start to cry and yell at Gina, telling her to call the cops, like that would do any good. At this point, I honestly thought I was going to die. I was just so scared that we had heard another whistle sound somewhere in the woods behind us. We heard a rustling sound in the woods and we were sure that this was it. This is where we were going to die, but instead walked out a giant. I mean giant, like newfound size, but with short hair like a lab, black dog. The dog then walked right up to us, looked at us for a bit, and looked at the deer behind the tree, which then started to make a "nya, sound, like we had heard earlier, but the dog just stood there looking at it, not growling or barking or anything, just staring. The deer then started to make a huge coughing sound, but the dog stared at it without making a noise, before turning around and just ignoring it, and walking over to us and started barking and baying. A minute later, a professor who I'd taken a class with sophomore year burst through the brush and started yelling at Baron, his dog who had apparently run away into the woods. He was really confused to see us, but saw that we were crying and offered to take us back to his house and drove us back to campus. I haven't slept since that night, and I've been all over the internet trying to make sense of what I saw, and I think it was a Skinwalker. I know this sounds totally crazy, and I probably wouldn't believe it if it didn't happen to me. I've never been a believer in the paranormal, but honestly, I have no idea what to make of what happened last night. I will say it again before you read this that it sounds insane, but please know I am telling the truth. I wasn't drunk or high, and I was with a friend of mine who saw the exact same thing. I go to college in a smallish school in Wisconsin. One thing this school is known for is having crazy parties out in the surrounding woods. I know it sounds stupid, but it's the only way to make sure that Campus PD doesn't come and shut it down. I haven't ever been to one of these parties. I've had difficulty with anxiety, but after 2 years of therapy and medication, I finally decided I wanted to go to at least one party before I graduate. I'm a senior. So anyway, I talked to my friend Gina, who's known as a bit of a party girl, and she tells me there's going to be a big party in the woods this Thursday. A lot of kids at my school don't have class on Friday, so we make plans to go. So last night, me and her head down a trail into the woods with flashlights, and we joke about how creepy it was. Everything was going smoothly at first, until we go down a smaller trail that was only 2 feet wide instead of the normal road-sized trails that we usually go through. I was kind of freaked out, but didn't say anything because I assumed she knew where we were going. So we follow this trail a bit longer, and eventually come to this sort of clearing, where the trees aren't too dense and we could see a towel and a few bottles on the ground. At this point, my friend tells me that she's got a bit turned around, but knows that we're very close to the party because she's been at the clearing before, and she starts calling out, "Hey," hoping someone would hear her and shout back. When this doesn't work, she takes out her phone and calls one of her friends that she said was going to meet her at the party. The friend answers and apparently tells her where they were. Gina then tells me she knows where they are and that we're close. I joke that she better not get me killed, and as we nervously laugh, we hear a "nya, nya, nya" sound coming from behind us, followed by what sounded like a cross between a whistle of an old train and somebody blowing. We then turn around thinking, what the fuck was that? We shine our flashlights on a deer standing up on its hind legs with one arm against a tree looking at us. I know it sounds stupid, but just the way that it was watching us and standing up there was the most unsettling thing I have ever seen in my life. My friend takes off running and I'm still standing there looking at it, trying to make heads or tails of it before I start running after Gina, trying not to be left alone with this thing. Luckily for me, Gina runs into a tree and I catch up with her and start yelling at her about leaving me alone, when we hear another whistling sound out to the left of us and turn our flashlights to see another deer looking at us. But this one was walking toward us on its hind legs, but not like a person, like a dog. It gets close but walks behind the tree with only its head and neck poking out, watching us. I've never been so scared in my life and start to cry and yell at Gina, telling her to call the cops, like that would do any good. At this point, I honestly thought I was going to die. I was just so scared that we had heard another whistle sound somewhere in the woods behind us. We heard a rustling sound in the woods and we were sure that this was it. This is where we were going to die, but instead walked out a giant. I mean giant, like newfound size, but with short hair like a lab, black dog. The dog then walked right up to us, looked at us for a bit, and looked at the deer behind the tree, which then started to make a "nya, nya" sound, like we had heard earlier, but the dog just stood there looking at it, not growling or barking or anything, just staring. The deer then started to make a huge coughing sound, but the dog stared at it without making a noise, before turning around and just ignoring it, and walking over to us and started barking and baying. A minute later, a professor who I'd taken a class with sophomore year burst through the brush and started yelling at Baron, his dog who had apparently run away into the woods. He was really confused to see us, but saw that we were crying and offered to take us back to his house and drove us back to campus. I haven't slept since that night, and I've been all over the internet trying to make sense of what I saw, and I think it was a Skinwalker. When I was young, I lived in quite a small town in Queensland. The whole town was surrounded by trees in every direction for hundreds of kilometers, and we had so much room to play. This particular story is about the first time we got drunk. In the winter, the levels of water would drop significantly, enough for us to camp on the riverbed. My best mate's parents owned a pub at the time, so we were in charge of getting the drinks for our little trip, so we could finally cross that off our bucket lists. The place we had in mind was out near an old settlement, where a few creepy things have happened to us over time. So we made our way down to the riverbank, which was low on the side we came in and really high on the other side. You couldn't see the other side through all of the trees on top, and it was kind of unnerving knowing that someone could be up there watching and you wouldn't know. There are about 7 of us kids in the camp, and our parents have no idea where we are or what we're doing. We lied and said we were staying at a friend's place. We set up camp and built a little shelter for all of us to sleep under. We got all set up and started drinking as the sun was setting. Soon, it was dark, and we were in full swing of mixing drinks and singing songs and throwing stuff into the water, and generally making a whole heap of noise. As we were starting to wind down, one of my friends said he saw something move at the top of the riverbank on the steep side. We all say that he is full of shit and should calm down, but he is adamant that someone is up there. So we all start calling out, "Come out, you coward," and other such things, being brave well beyond our years. To our surprise, a man wearing straggly clothes and no shoes comes out of the tree line, stands on the edge of the bank and just stares at us. We all go silent, waiting for him to do something, but for about 5 minutes, he just stands there, and then he retreats back into the tree line. We talk amongst ourselves and get a bit nervous, but we soon forget it. About an hour later, the guy is back, but he isn't on the bank anymore. He is coming out of the shadows from the other side of the bank and entering our camp. He comes over and stands next to the fire, joins our group of 12-year-old kids and just stands there. We are all officially a bit scared and don't really know what to do, so we just sat there in silence. Eventually, one of my friends gets up the courage to speak to him. "G'day, mate. How are you? Are you okay?" The guy just stares at my friend and then starts staring at each one of us for a little bit, spending time on each of us. My friend tries again. "Hey, are you okay? What's your name?" The man snaps his head back at my friend and stares at him wide-eyed for at least 2 minutes before answering. Without blinking, he says in a raspy whisper, "That's none of your fucking business." And he hisses like a cat. This guy just jumps back screaming and staring at the fire like it had just appeared and runs off, up the steep bank in record time. It was impossible to get up this thing, so we all just stand there, speechless. We decide that it's best if we just stoke up the fire, because it's about a 19-kilometer walk in pitch black to town, and we weren't confident of that. So, stoke the fire we did. We sat up for as long as we could, keeping watch, not really talking. We all eventually dozed off, one by one. When we woke up in the morning, everything was gone. All of our alcohol, all of our bags, all of our shoes and blankets, everything. The creepy thing is that none of us awoke as someone robbed us blind, and there was not a single footprint. We were sleeping in damp sand, so there should have been footprints everywhere, but there were none. It looked like we hadn't even been there. Needless to say, we bailed and ran almost all the way back to town. Our feet were all cut up and messy by the time we got back. We never told our parents about the camping trip, and I think we never will. About 6 weeks ago, I went into the wilderness of East Oregon with my 2-year-old hunting dog, a golden retriever named Reggie, to hunt for pheasant, partridge, and quail. and flyfish for steelhead, which is in the high rock desert and carves a deep valley through the sagebrush-coated hills and black rock cliffs. Something happened in that canyon that changed everything I know, or thought I knew, about the world we live in. I'll start with a bit of backstory before I get into the events. I did the same camping trip with two buddies last November during my dog's first bird season, and we were all psyched to have a round two. Unfortunately, one of the dudes bailed because of work pressure, and the other because he needed time to prep for an interview. So I decided to go alone. I've done plenty of solo camping and hunting before, and this time I had my bird dog, so I felt even better going alone. There's obviously no cell phone service out there, so I gave my girlfriend and some buddies my route and camping locations, and set out before sunrise on a Friday with plans to return late on Sunday. It's about a 3-hour drive to the stretch of the John Day River Basin where I was heading, and I got there around 9:30. It was around 40 degrees when I got out at the BLM parking area to stretch and started to get ready to set out. My dog was really stoked. He knows when we're hunting when I put on my bird pouch and bust out the shotgun, and I was happy as a pig in the mud. Sun was shining, and it had snowed a few days earlier, so the red, tan, black, and green sagebrush-coated valley we started hiking down into was shimmering. I had my big backpacking pack loaded to the brim with gear and a sidearm. I don't always carry a sidearm, but 3 days and 2 nights alone in an area infested with packs of coyotes, who don't scare me but would love a golden retriever snack, and a high density of mountain lions, which definitely scare me despite being cool animals. I figured, why the hell not? We, my dog and I, rucked about 6 miles into a more open part of the valley where I wanted to spend the first night. It was around 50 degrees at this point and absolutely beautiful, while quite muddy with the snowmelt. I set up the tent on a little grassy plateau above the old trail and put the dog in the tent with some water to chill for a bit to get his paws warmed up. I ate lunch and dumped most of my gear and set out with just my camelback, bird pouch, gun, and dog down further into the valley to start hunting. About as happy as a dude can be. It was slow hunting at first, but eventually we flushed a cubby of quail and a few hen pheasant. After about 4 hours, it was starting to get dark. We had 3 quail down and we were working our way back to the camp. This is where things got somewhat strange. Reggie was ahead of me and I was struggling through some thick brush to get back to the trail from the river when the dog bolted back through the gap he had gone through with his ears back and his eyes wide. He kind of huddled and paced anxiously behind my legs. It wasn't normal behavior for him unless he was startled by something like a door slamming or a leaf blower. I looked forward to where he came from and immediately thought cougar. I aimed my gun forward as if I was about to flush a bird and moved through the gap in the brush with Reggie reluctantly at my heels. I pushed into the opening below the trail and noticed out of the corner of my eye a body of tan fur low in the grass, and whipped to my right with a shotgun at my shoulder ready to shoot. I then saw hooves and then a face, and to the relief of the adrenaline throbbing behind my eyes, I realized it was a female bighorn sheep lying in the grass. She was shaking violently and her eyes were white with terror, and she was clicking her teeth through a slick of frothy drool and wheezing like a sick old horse. I couldn't see any obvious broken bones or lacerations on her, and she was quite young, maybe 2 years old, and there was nowhere she could have fallen from. I figured she was just sick and dying. I actually gave her a slight shrug as if to suggest, Mother Nature's a bitch, sorry girl, best of luck to ya, and had to drag Reggie by his collar to the left, away from the strange, frantic thing. I'd run into dying deer and elk in the Rockies where I grew up, and I knew that sometime soon, as if camp wasn't that far off, I'd hear the terrible noise of coyotes beginning to feast. For those who haven't heard it, when coyotes set upon a living meal, they yip, snarl, and screech a horrible chorus of death. I didn't look forward to hearing that old death song, if it was to come, because I knew it would scare the shit out of my dog. But hey, Mother Nature's a bitch. We got to the camp. I took some photos of the sunset, seared up a little quail with some potatoes, ate my dinner, fed the dog, had some sips of bourbon, and climbed into the tent. The last thing I remember is being anxious the coyotes would find the dying bighorn and wake us up. I woke up freezing cold, feet and hands numb, and had an immediate adrenaline surge. I fumbled around for my headlamp, and when I turned it on, I saw that my tent flap was halfway unzipped and my dog was gone. I kind of freaked the hell out, to be honest, and started screaming, "Reggie, come! Reggie, come! Reggie!" And as I slammed my numb feet into my boots and rushed outside, there was a low howl of wind and there was a bit of moonlight, so I could see the glimmering river on the other side of the valley. I had my revolver in one hand and the hunting whistle in the other, and stomped the campground screaming for the dog, and shining the light everywhere I could. Cougars are awake whenever they want, and coyotes are nocturnal, and I was looking for blood, or tracks, or anything. For those who haven't experienced it, when you lose your dog, there's some pretty extreme panic, mine being coupled with waking up in the middle of the dark wilderness. I think it was because of the panic that I didn't realize that my tent flap had been unzipped, until about 60 seconds of yelling at him. I looked back at it with the headlamp and lit it up as it flagged in the breeze, and kind of pushed it out of my mind, figuring that Reggie could have pushed it or rolled into the tent flap and forced the zipper down. Then I saw eyes peer over a boulder a bit down the slope. I started pacing toward the eyes and pointed my revolver at the boulder below the eyes and said sternly, "Reggie, come! Reggie!" And the eyes looked away. I bolted down the slope and noticed something move on the top of the boulder. I moved around the rock and saw it was Reggie. He was sitting up there like I commanded him to sit, with a treat in my hand, staring over the valley toward the river. He was shaking like he'd just come out of an ice bath, and with the light, I could see his breath like cigarette smoke in the cold air. I said something like, "Reggie, what? Reggie, come! Heal! Heal!" But he wouldn't move, wouldn't even look away from the dark valley. Then I climbed on top of the boulder and put my arms around him, and it was almost like something released him. He immediately tweaked out and started snarling and crying and writhing to break free, but then noticed it was me and his tail started beating back and forth. His snarls were replaced with whimpers, and he literally tried to jump into my arms. I picked him up and jumped off the big rock and started trying to soothe him a bit. I was right outside the tent when I heard the noise I'll never forget. It's hard to describe with writing, but it sounded a bit animal and a bit like a guy trying to sing a long note of "Don't, don't, don't," that increased with urgency and a hint of pleading. I threw Reggie into the tent and whipped around with a pistol, pointed it down the valley to where the noise had come. Right then, it was as if the valley itself exhaled. There was a giant windy ugh that engulfed the dark ridge. Honestly, for the first time in my life, I felt I might lose control of my bowels and crap my pants right here standing on the hillside. I could see all of the grass and sagebrush by the trees and the river start quivering in the gust. Reggie was barking like crazy, and I had just backed up into the tent and zipped it up mostly closed, leaving a bit to see out of. I tried to calm Reggie down while loading my shotgun. The seemingly demonic exhale of wind subsided, and Reggie curled up in my lap and whimpered while I just sat there with my revolver at my side and my shotgun pointed at the tent flap. Only then did I see it was about 3:50 a.m. and start thinking through what happened and what to do. I knew booking it the 6 miles up the valley in the dark to my truck was a huge nope. I had seen microbursts of wind before and knew the canyons and valleys were a prime spot for them, and reasoned that had been the case. Then I tried to think through the bird and the mammal species in that region that could have made that sound. There are wolves in Oregon, but not often in this area, and the don't sound was too deep for a coyote. I was thinking it could have been something like a swan or a big bird near the water. And what the hell was my dog doing all seized up and transfixed on the darkness on top of that rock? He had just gotten out and been confused and started becoming hypothermic or something. I really had no idea, and I couldn't figure out why I was so scared and on edge. I worked as a hunting and fishing and trekking guide in New Zealand and Patagonia after college, and grew up spending time in the wilderness in Colorado. I'd had run-ins with most of North American predator species. I'd stabilized people with head wounds miles from any road or trail. I'd dug someone out of an avalanche, and I can't remember of ever being that horrified and on edge before. I'm no Navy SEAL here, but I know how to keep my wits about me when things get tense in the back country, so I was pretty shaken up. After a couple hours, I could see the light in the sky, and then a semblance of daylight spilled into the valley. I still hadn't properly warmed up, but I threw all my layers and extra socks on, and zipped Reggie into the tent properly, and went out to poke around for a bit. Nothing was out of the ordinary, and no strange tracks to be found, other than bighorn and deer. My nerves settled a bit. Eventually, I made some coffee, ate a power bar, fed the dog, and kind of just sat there looking at Reggie. There were natural, reasonable explanations for most of last night's events. However, the one I couldn't get over was my dog. I got chills thinking about the freakish way he was frozen on top of that rock, staring into the darkness, and the way he came out of the trance once I touched him. I also couldn't get over how freaked out I was by it all once that microburst, demon sigh wind gust kicked up. I pet Reggie for a while and just watched him, almost willing him to communicate to me what he saw after he left the tent before I woke up. The wind picked up into a steady, cold sailing breeze, which did well in dissuading my plan to fly fish for the morning. I decided to break up camp and get packed up, either to keep going or to head back to the truck. I hadn't decided yet, but didn't want to wig out and bail on the weekend without actually having a good reason, other than weird stuff happening. I wasn't in any intelligible danger, which is metric number 1 in any outdoorsman's time to bail determination process. So I just didn't know what to do. After packing, I was sitting there with another cup of coffee when I heard something scuttling in the rocks up the valley above my right shoulder. Reggie heard it too, and bolted to the rise behind the tent and stared up the slope like he was pointing at a bird, hackles raised and everything. I walked over and stood behind him, expecting to see a deer or a bighorn, but only saw a little rock slide out of the scree slope about 100 yards off. Again, I thought cougar, as one could have definitely been spooked by us up into the steep boulder and cliff formations at the top of the ridge. Little rock slides happen without disturbance, but something didn't seem natural. Then the dog just bolted, He whipped around and sprinted down the slope away from me and the little rock slide above us, faster than I may have ever seen him run. I screamed after him and wailed on my hunting whistle to try to get him to hold, but he went all the way up the trail before looking back at me. Maybe this was me finally coming to my senses, but I figured, screw it, we're out of here. I heaved my pack on and made my way to Reggie, who was whining and pacing now, while looking over my shoulder. Once there, he started straight up the trail toward the car, looking at me, almost begging me with his ears down, with a "dude, let's go" face I hadn't seen before. It really put the hair on my neck up. So I just fell in behind him, and we started the hike. It was slow going because it was uphill out of the valley, and I wasn't moving as fast while keeping my eyes to the ridgeline to my right and to the sagebrush meadow to my left toward the river. I had my gun loaded because I hadn't entirely abandoned the idea of hunting on my way out, even though Reggie wasn't nose down and looking at anything but the ridge and me. Again, like he was begging me to hurry up. Also, I was sketched out in general, and a loaded shotgun is a decent remedy for fear. After about an hour and a half, I knew we were probably no more than a mile from the car, because I remember the canyon wall on the right becoming almost a sheer cliff, with occasional slot canyons leading up from the trail. When we were right at the mouth of one of these little mini canyons leading to the cliffs, Reggie stopped. He froze again, like he saw a game bird looking up in the rocks. I thought maybe it was actually a quail, so I got my gun ready and took a few paces up the ridge to see if Reggie would hunt up like he normally would. But he started whining and pacing again, and even shaking a bit while whipping his head back and forth, scanning frantically up and down the hill. I was worried then. I knew he wasn't right. I looked behind me and saw something move between two large boulders. I aimed my gun, thinking again cougar, but I saw two hooves, thinking now bighorn or mule deer. I took a few steps up the steep slope toward the animal, seeing if I could spook it up the ridge and see what it was. And the wind started picking up, and there was sage twigs whipping around the little black rocked canyon. And right then, Reggie started going insane. He was snarling and yelling like I'd never heard before. But I started saying, "Reg, stop! Reggie, no!" while slowly wheeling the corner to see what the rest of the animal was. And that's when my entire life and understanding of the world changed. Behind that rock corner was definitely a bighorn sheep. It was standing on its back legs looking at the rock wall, with its front legs curled up grotesquely into its chest where I couldn't see them. It was shifting its weight back and forth between its back hooves, and it had massive curled ram horns I'd only seen on a few big males before. I was immediately jarred by the sight, and I think I blurted out something like, "Holy hell," but thought for some reason it was just stuck or wedged there, or had fallen in the vertical position from above. Then it slowly started stepping and turning around, staying entirely on its back feet. Then it whipped around to face me, and it definitely wasn't stuck. It was literally standing comfortably, like a man, on its back legs. It looked like a normal bighorn sheep, but its eyes were wide and terrifyingly human, and staring at my stomach or waistline. It was drooling a ridiculous amount of frothy slobber out of its clattering mouth. I was tripping and sliding backwards, and a half second from blasting this freakish ram in its face when it looked right up into my eyes and shouted, with a wheezing, boyish voice with a terrified, pleading urgency, "Please don't! Please don't! Don't! Don't!" I tripped and rolled down the trail, and Reggie was tearing up the path ahead of me. I leaped up and trained my gun right up at its spot. I saw the ram's horns sticking out and most of its face, as if it was peeking out behind the rocks like a child playing hide and seek, and it was still staring at me dead in the eye, then ripped its head back behind the rocks. I could hear it still, but it sounded like it was sobbing like a little boy, while repeating, "Please don't, please don't, please don't." As I was pacing backwards, I noticed that I was screaming at it like a savage, like I had done when running into black bears to try to scare them off, not saying anything intelligible, and also screaming for my dog so he didn't bolt a mile ahead. When I got 50 yards down the trail, I shot both my 12-gauge hunting loads down the empty trail into the dirt and kept walking backwards. Reggie was back at my heels at this point, but still whining and barking. I swear, I walked the whole mile backwards, scanning like a madman, hands white and stone gripped on my gun, until I got a glimpse of the valley opening where my truck was. Then I just bolted. I sprinted like a child running from a monster. Reggie stayed ahead of me, and when we were at the truck, I tore my keys out of my bag, threw the dog, bag, and gun into the car, and tore out of the valley back to the state highway like a drag racer. I stopped at the first town and tried to calm Reggie down, and myself, and I still didn't get cell service. I went to the gas station, not to get anything really, but just to interact with another human and make sure the Ram monster, or my insanity, was isolated in the canyon. I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost because the first thing the woman said was, "You okay, hun?" I bought a Gatorade and drove back north to the interstate and straight home. I haven't slept right since. My diet is all messed up. I can't think at work. My dog is super jumpy and doesn't like walking at night anymore. Not sure what to do to get over my encounter with this talking, pleading, sobbing beast. But I know one thing for sure. I am not hunting or camping alone anymore. And I am never going to set foot in the John Day River Basin as long as I live. Not a chance in hell. Rewind 2 weeks. It's the 4th of July. A few of my friends want to actually do something instead of lounge around in front of our computers like we do every day. There were 5 of us, me, Neil, Elijah, JD, and Neil's sister, Katie. Neil had the idea to go to his grandparents' house as they owned a farmhouse. We live in Texas, so having that much space, especially with other houses being half a mile out, it was the perfect place to pop fireworks without getting into too much trouble. The drive from where we lived to their house was about a 40-mile drive. Unfortunately, the only car that we had at our hands was a 2-door, so trying to fit 5 of us into the car was hectic, to say the least. The drive was actually tolerable. 3 of my friends were in the back and found a comfortable, yet funny position to sit in the car. The music Katie was playing was helping a lot and definitely passed the time. We all bought some fireworks halfway there, and my friends jumped back into their designated position for another 20 miles. As we got there, Neil forgot to mention that his grandparents were out of town for the week, which made the experience ahead of us a lot better. All of us got out of the car except for Katie, who suggested that she get us all food and sodas for the night. She kept the fireworks in the back because she didn't want us popping any off while she was gone. She drove off and we were all left there without fireworks. So we did the next best thing, went to the pool in the back. Something that already put me off was that ranch sat considerably close to a forest. Neil even went the extra step to tell me that there's an occasional wolf that can be a hassle to deal with. Of course, I got nervous because I had nothing to defend myself with if one had jumped over the fence. He handed me a pocket knife, saying that there's a shotgun in the living room if something goes down. He mentioned that he was going to set up a game of Risk for us all to play while Katie was out, as the drive to the closest market was well over a couple miles out. So, Elijah and I sat poolside, telling stories to each other about stupid stuff that happened while we were in college. During our talk, I was staring out in the forest line, paranoid about the wolves that Neil teased me about. I saw something move, I couldn't tell since the porch light behind me was making it harder to see any details, but the way it moved made my heart jump. Elijah could see my body language as he leaned in to see what was there. He started to ask me what I saw, and I replied with a wolf on the tree line. He looked toward where I pointed, and he calmed down. "That's just Katie, dude. I think she was trying to scare us." He started calling her name, waving his arm and laughing, saying how she scared the hell out of me. Neil came out of the house, wondering what Elijah was screaming about. Then he saw his sister standing in the field. He started to laugh when Elijah told him what happened and how I was on the edge of my seat. JD came out of the house next, and Neil told him to help Katie with the bags and grab the fireworks. Katie, who was out in the field, started to wave back, but the wave definitely seemed out of place. It wasn't so much waving, but a sudden jerk, like if you were trying to pop your elbow. Elijah yelled for Katie to come back so we can start the party, but JD came back with a terrified look on his face. "Katie's not back yet. I just called her. She's still on the road towards Walmart." Their laughing stopped, and Elijah's face faded, and his arm fell into his lap with a thud. Everyone looked at the still jerking figure in the field. Then, she screamed. The scream was so loud, it sounded like it may as well have been a couple feet away. All of us scrambled, running back into the house. Slamming the door behind us, Neil shouted for us to lock the doors and grab the shotgun in the living room. I ran to grab the shotgun, as it was the closest thing to us, while the other two ran to each of the doors leading inside. Quickly, I grabbed the shotgun and stuffed a couple of shells in my pocket, running back to the kitchen, where we came in from, and handed the shotgun to Neil. I pulled out the shells and sat them on the counter, and he loaded one in. JD came back nearly covered in sweat, freaking out and shouted, "What the fuck was that?" Just as scared as he was, I look at both of them. Elijah quickly joining us again. "You don't think it was a Skinwalker? I read stories. I've been all over 4chan and creepypastas." JD tried to reassure us. "No, it can't be. That's Katie. I'm sure she's just trying to scare us." "Cut the bullshit, JD," Neil barked at him. "That scream wasn't human. You already called her, and you told us she was still going out." He turned back to the door, pushing the blinds slightly, to find Katie closer to us. It stood at the gates of the pool, illuminated by the light, and revealing that didn't look much like Katie at all. The hair was a mess, and the clothes looked tattered. Her skin was bruised. The one thing that caught our eye most was her face. The head was tilted, like it struggled to support the weight. The eyes were blank with emotion, and the jaw was agape. It raised an arm, jerking it like it did before in a mock wave. The jerking, however, started to get more violent as the entire body started to shake uncontrollably. Neil quickly closed the curtains and backed off. He orders us to sit behind the counter. He set himself in the gap leading into the kitchen with a gun aimed at the door. I was silent for what felt like an hour. The three of us continued to look at Neil, who was completely focused on the door. A massive, grotesque smell entered our noses, and all of us reacted appropriately. The horrid stench was like if you left groceries to ferment in a box in the summer heat, with a couple of carcasses as a garnish. It was definitely hard to breathe, tasting the smell in the back of your throat, even with your nose pinched. It was so bad, JD actually threw up. Then, without any warning, the smell was gone. The hot air that was the smell went away, and was easier to breathe. I was afraid to let go of my nose, but was rewarded with a breath of fresh air. Everyone took a couple of breaths to rid their lungs of the pungent smell that lingered before. Neil asked us if we were okay and replied, JD being the exception since he'd puked. We heard what sounded like a whine. It sounded like a mix between a dog and a child about to cry. It was coming from the porch door, but from the front where we came in from the car. All of us stood up, Neil moving forward as we stayed back. We knelt down by the stairs, still hearing this whining. It didn't hit me until we positioned ourselves, but it sounded like something was trying to talk for the first time, like an animal. In a raspy, but still high-pitched voice, I could make out a very small portion of what it was trying to say. Ye, fuck, hot. It kept repeating this until it started to sound more enunciated, more human. What the fuck was that? It sounded like JD. Same accent, same speech pattern, same voice. JD started to shiver. His breath was getting shallow. He shouted back in a scared voice I'd never heard come from his mouth until now. Get out. Leave us alone. Get the fuck out. Leave us alone. Get out. The last words that we heard were in the same scream we heard when we saw it initially. It started to pound on the door. Not like it was trying to force itself in, but like an impatient knock. It started to scream in the same pitch we heard it when we initially saw it. Get out! Get out! Get out! It terrified all of us. The inhuman screams, the polite pounding on the door. I started crying. I thought this was it. Neil wasn't scared, like us. He was right pissed. He stood up storming towards the door, screaming. He swung open the door, pointing his shotgun at whatever was on the other side, pulling the trigger, filling all of our ears with the sound of a shotgun blast, and the ringing to follow. Neil stood at the door, huffing. His body language was wanting to rip this thing apart. I stood up, looking past his arm, seeing nothing but a shell on the ground. I looked up past his shoulders, seeing nothing on the driveway, and the road leading back to where we came. He turned around, the adrenaline fading away, and a shaky voice coming from his mouth. We're not staying here. JD, call Katie and tell her to get ready to go back home when she comes back. The rest of the time, all of us were in the kitchen. The shotgun sat on the counter with several shells near the butt of the gun. None of us wanted to say anything. None of us wanted to look at each other. It was nothing but silence until Katie called us. Neil quickly wrote a note, leaving it on the gun as we left. All of us hopped into the car, silent. Katie noticed our behavior and constantly edged us to tell her what happened. She pouted and put on her music to cheer us up. The only thing I could hear was the blood-curdling scream, telling us to get out. My background. My dad is full-blooded Navajo from northern Arizona, and my mom is white. I grew up in SoCal, but grew up going to the res every year and eventually moved and worked there. I'm not a Skinwalker expert by any means, but I'll share what I know. The first experience I had was on one of my first solo trips without my parents, out to our ranch on the reservation. I went with my cousin and a few friends. Our ranch is pretty much in the middle of nowhere, the nearest people being at the very closest 10 miles away, so you're pretty much on your own. Our first night out there, we arrived around 2 a.m., and there was no moon, and it was pitch black. So we had a hard time finding our hogan, a traditional octagon-shaped Navajo house. We decided to just camp near a cattle corral, which we found. We set up tents and knocked out until the sun came up. When I woke up, I took a little walk around our campsite and found coyote tracks which encircled our camp and actually got pretty close to the tents and campfire, which was pretty weird and a bad sign for several reasons. The rest of the day went without incident. We woke up, cooked breakfast, explored the rim of the Grand Canyon on the reservation side, and checked out old hogans in the area. We stayed up partially late that night. We had been out exploring at night and four-wheeling off some road trails. It was around 2 or 3 a.m. We were driving up a rocky road that went up to a small canyon, so there was hills pretty high and steep on both sides of me. I was standing in the back of the truck with a spotlight. That was when I saw the first light. The best way to describe what I saw was the visual effect of when you're standing in a room and someone behind you takes a picture with a flash. There was a brief instant in which everything lit up behind me, but it was a dull orange, reddish light. I turned around towards where it came from and shined the light around, but there was nothing there whatsoever. Just a bunch of rocks. We thought it was weird, but kept driving. Once on top of the hill, we stopped to look around and noticed the weird light again, but this time it was far away, at least several miles. It was the same color, but looked like a muzzle flash from a gun. I waited and waited to hear the gunshot, thinking it was people like us shooting at night, but it never came. Then we saw another flash, but this time it was several miles west, and a bit closer. Then another closer and closer, within a few minutes. We decided it was a little weird without talking about it, turned around and went to the hogan this time. We didn't really talk about the lights for some reason, and we all settled down in the hogan. There was myself, my cousin, and my 2 white friends. We talked for a while, and it was at that moment when everyone stops talking and everyone is just about to fall asleep when this happened. The door. There's only one door, a small wooden door which locks shut, shook violently as someone kicked the door as hard as they could. It was loud and strong enough to where you could hear the lock rattle and the door bounce back and rattle against the wooden frame. My friends shot up and said, "What the hell was that?" They had good reason to be alarmed. We were very far from anyone else, and they knew that. It's extremely quiet out here, pretty much deafening silence, and you can hear when vehicles are approaching. I got out of bed, grabbed a shotgun, and told my cousin to get his rifle. I walked to the door, motioned for him to come over, and said, "You get left, I'll go right." I'm not really sure why, but I wasn't scared despite the obvious weirdness of what was going on. I ripped the door open and we both slipped out the door after one another and swept the area. Looked everywhere we could and went to the truck and got the spotlight and swept the area. Nothing. No footprints, no animals, nothing. We decided to send a message and shot some rounds off to scare whatever it was anyway. I think we were all kind of worried, but eventually went back to the hogan and settled back in, kind of joking about it to calm our nerves. Eventually, we all fell asleep, but I hid my nervousness, and my heart was still racing. It wasn't until everyone was quiet and asleep that I noticed a thumping. I heard it very faintly through the rock walls, and when I put my ear up to the wall, I heard it a lot better. It was a very rhythmic thumping sound, something very heavy, and timed the same every single thump. It sounded as if it was coming through the rock table that the hogan sits on top of. I tried to rationalize it and told myself it was just the cows, and somehow managed to fall asleep. I woke up the next morning and we went to check the cows, which were about 10 miles away on the ranch and hadn't been anywhere near our hogan last night. Several days later, I told my aunts about what happened. They told me that one of my Navajo grandparents who lived alone and out in the middle of nowhere had weird things happen too. The same night we had our door kicked, someone had knocked on her door in the middle of the night. When she opened the door, there was no one there. My aunts think it was a Skinwalker who was messing with me and my cousins because we're mixed. I had a lot of weird stuff happen when I was working there as an EMT as well. It was around 2008. in northern Arizona on a Navajo reservation just on the border of the Hopi Reservation, which oddly enough is inside the Navajo Reservation. I was working as an EMT for the tribe and had just gotten my medical license a few weeks ago, and it was on one of my first shift where I wasn't third hand on the ambulance with 2 other EMTs. I was working night shift on a spring night. It was a little chilly, but not cold enough to need a jacket. The moon wasn't really out, so it was another dark night on the res. We were stationed outside the emergency department, working from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., and responding to 911 calls. We got paged out for a man-down call to the Hopi village with no other information. We usually asked assistance from the police department in securing the scene just because that's standard protocol. And a lot of times, it's a nightmare call. There's a possibility of domestic violence or rowdy people. But as there's very few police present on the reservation, there were no police units available to respond with us. We were on our own. We responded code 2, lights but no sirens, and made our way to the village, which was only 10 minutes away. We arrived on scene and immediately saw the patient lying on the ground in the dirt in front of the house. It actually turned out to be a distant relative of mine somehow. I had never met or known him, but I think he was my cousin's distant uncle. He was breathing, but drunk and unconscious. He looked as though someone had either kicked him or stomped on his chest. Nothing required us to load and go, but we would transport him to the hospital to sober up and just to be safe. We checked in his house, found some drunks, might have been the people who assaulted him, and kicked them out. Now it was partially dark, and in the Hopi village, in that section, there were no streetlights. The only lights we had were the big lights on the side of our ambulance, which cast a big circle of light around the unit. There weren't any porch lights either, so it was pretty dark aside from the ambulance area. What I first noticed was quite weird. A few residents came out of their houses, which was odd because it was 2 a.m. But this village is small, so I didn't think much of it. It was pretty eerie though, because they all stayed just on the outside of the line which the light made. I could tell that they were just neighbors, but they seemed reluctant to walk into the light. At first we arrived, there were lots of dogs barking, and all of the normal noises, birds, cars, bugs, etc. We were outside by the patient, just about to get him onto the stretcher when everything changed. Out of nowhere, there was an incredibly loud howling, which pretty much sounded like a werewolf in a movie. It lasted for a good 15 seconds, long enough to make us freeze and look at each other. It sounded almost exactly like a wolf, but was odd because it sounded like a person doing a wolf call. But it was way too loud to be done by a person unless they were standing right next to us. You could actually feel the reverberate through your body. I had lived there for about a year at this point, so I wasn't super new, but knew enough to where I looked at my partner with a "is this normal?" look. Somehow he knew I was asking without verbalizing it, and shrugged while looking around nervously. I looked back around and all the people were gone in an instant. There was no one around whatsoever. You wouldn't have known that they were even there. Even the people we kicked out of the house were nowhere to be seen, and all of the normal noises were gone. All of the dogs immediately stopped barking, which usually doesn't happen. If anything, the opposite usually happens when there's a noise. Dogs go crazy. We took the sign of everyone getting out of there as a cue to get out. My partner said, "Let's get the hell out of here," and we loaded the patient and were driving out of the village, probably the fastest I've ever seen a non-crucial patient get transported. It wasn't until years later I moved away. I saw the Navajo Cops episode of The Howler, but I found it pretty interesting, considering the area that the episode was pretty far from where we were. Edit. I don't know if that was a Skinwalker, or really what it was. Take it as you will. My father told me a story once. I'll never forget it, for a few reasons. I think it's the first story he ever told me as a child. It's also the story of how my grandfather died, but honestly, that isn't the reason. You hear stories on TV, or sometimes you overhear something in a public place. People talk about ghosts, aliens, and you think to yourself, that isn't real. They're making it up, or they're mistaken, or they're crazy, or something like that. You just can't believe it until something happens. Something that brings it all together, connects the dots in a way you didn't think of before. Maybe it happens to you. Maybe you hear it. Maybe you hear the same story again and again, happening to different people. It doesn't take long for the world to become a lot bigger than you thought it was. As I said, this is a story my father told me, but I never believed it, even though he swore up and down it was true. It wasn't until I started clicking around the internet I started to believe. I started to hear other stories, just like the one my father told me. It didn't take me long to believe in the rake. That's not what my father called it, of course. He's never used the internet in his life. He wouldn't know of what the consensus has taken to naming it. When he chose to call it something other than it or that thing, he called it Skinwalker, after an old Cherokee tale his grandfather told him. But I'll tell you the story the way he told it to me. We were out hunting one night, he'd tell me. Coyotes. We'd kill them for $50 a skin. They lived in a dairy farm in Ohio. They'd kill calves sometimes. We'd do it every night because we needed the money. Sometimes, while we were out, we'd come across a deer and kill it. Our landlord didn't mind, and it could feed our family for a few nights and save us some money. Anyway, we were done making our rounds and began heading home, walking, because we didn't have a car or some four-wheeler back then. We'd cut through the woods. That's when we came upon it. Blood everywhere, splattered on the trees, in the grass, in the creek, everywhere. At first, we figured it was a pack of coyotes. We'd seen it sometimes. They can't scavenge and start hunting a deer or cattle. The worst was when they bred with feral dogs. But this wasn't like that. See, when a pack of dogs, or wolves, or coyotes attack something, they do it right. They pick off the one that's weak, or sick, or old, or just small. They hunt it, draw it into a corner, someplace it can't get out of, and they'll run it right into the biggest one, the alpha. And that deer will never see the alpha. It might hear it, but it won't see it. It'll just notice that its throat's gone, and then it'll drop dead. It's quick and clean. That wasn't what happened here. Something had ran up on a den of deer. Coyotes won't attack a den, wolves neither, because they'd get too much of a fight. There were three bodies, just torn apart. You'd see a head there, a leg there, a torso here. Predators don't do that. They don't leave behind scraps. What had done this hadn't done it for food. It had done it for fun. But we didn't know that. We saw a bunch of carcasses, and we think it's something we gotta take care of. I remember my dad telling me to go home. He thought it was a pack of feral dogs, but I wasn't leaving him, and I damn sure wasn't walking through 2 miles of woods alone, with nothing but a .22 and a pocket knife. He was 13 at the time, so a .22 rifle was the only gun he could reliably use. Dad had a shotgun, and I wasn't going anywhere without it. It took me a while to convince him, but finally we began tracking whatever did that. It wasn't hard either. We just followed the blood. Either that thing bled before it got away, or it dragged one for a mile. I don't know. I know I'd never seen my dad scared before that night. we started hearing noises. I've been in a lot of woods in my life. I've been all over the world, and I haven't ever heard noises like I heard that night. I heard things screaming. Heard deer, a fox, and rabbits, and a raccoon, and birds. Just scared. Keep in mind, this is maybe 12 or 1 o'clock. Except the fox and some birds. Nothing was supposed to be even awake. But they aren't just awake, they were moving. I saw flocks of birds, just trying to get out of there. We came upon a pack of coyotes. Nearly shot a couple of them, thinking it was what we were looking for. But then we saw they were running towards us, then right past us. Didn't even notice. Then some deer did the same. Then some rabbits, squirrels, foxes, and even a couple wild hogs. These things were supposed to be eating each other, and the only thing they cared about was getting out of there. We should have put it together that maybe whatever we were tracking, it wasn't something we were supposed to see, and wasn't something we could kill. I don't know why we didn't just go home. I guess we were curious. I think that was my dad's nature, to go toward trouble, to fight. And knowing what I knew about what my father did during the war, my nature was to stay close to him. We finally get into an open valley. It was normally a soy field, but it wasn't in season, so it was just flat dirt. We saw the tracks. A lot of the animals fleeing the forest had paved over the land. But where that deer blood was, nothing had taken a single step, like they were leaving it for us to find. The tracks were shallow. Whatever it was, couldn't have weighed more than 100 pounds. But that didn't mean much. A bobcat weighing 40 pounds nearly tore out my damn throat once. All that means is it's quick and hard to hit. So we follow the tracks, and it doesn't take us long to find where it is. There's this old schoolhouse that sits on the top of the hill. Half of it had been ripped out by a tornado, but nobody lived there, not for a long time. We caught homeless people in there sometimes, or even druggies looking for a safe place to shoot up. We figured maybe that was it. Maybe it was some sick kid riding a high, but we didn't think that for long. We'd get within 50 yards, and we'd hear this noise, a scratching kind of sound. It was sort of made up of two different sounds. One was a high-pitched screech, another was a low-pitched growl. It was making both at the same time. We get within 20 yards, and we hear the sound. I can remember thinking it sounded like paper being torn apart, while someone was swishing water in a bucket back and forth. My dad looks at me, kneels down and whispers, "I gotta stay behind him, because we're about to corner him." Any animal will fight when it's cornered, especially if it's a predator. But we can tell by the tracks that it's just one. He tells me it's probably a single feral dog, most likely rabid. The plan is to sneak up on it while it's eating, shoot it, and then keep shooting it till it didn't move anymore, then slit its throat. And if it gets to Dad, it's my job to shoot it or stab it to get it off of him. So he walks up, and I'm right behind him, just a tad to his side, so I can see what it is. I wish to this day that I hadn't. It was leaning over a carcass, tearing off its flesh, and throws what it doesn't nibble aside. There was blood all over the brick, glistening in the moonlight. It's pale white, human-looking, but not quite human. It had arms and legs like a human, but it sat like a monkey, hunched over, and its hands weren't normal. It had long fingers with claws at the end. So we see that, and my dad hesitates. He wasn't about to fire on a person, so he clears his throat, trying to get it to turn around. I swear to God, all the noise just ceased. I haven't ever heard true silence before that, and not after it. But for 2 seconds, nothing made any noise, which made it all the louder when it turned around and made this shrill cry and jumped on my dad. He got a shot off. I think he missed. If he hit the thing, it didn't mind. But it was on him. Tears parts of him off. I start shooting with my .22 point blank, but it barely bled. I got off 5 rounds, and then I started hitting it with the butt of the gun. It wasn't budging. It didn't even register that I was there. It's clawing at my dad, taking off bits of his flesh, and starts on his torso, ripping off skin, and then moves up. It tore off his throat, and then his nose, ripped off the bottom half of his jaw. I don't exactly remember what happened, but somehow my dad's knife ends up in the thing's shoulder, and my dad ends up on my back. I'm running, and by God I'm running faster than I have ever ran before, and it's following me. I end up back in the woods, opposite the ones we've been in. I'm heading towards my landlord's house, 'cause it's half a mile away. I can hear the thing screeching and moaning. I hear these tree branches crack and get thrown around. It sounds like someone's taking an axe to every single tree I pass. It's cracking so loud and often, but I just can't look back. Finally, I trip into gravel. I look up, and there's my landlord and a bunch of his buddies drinking around a campfire. I scream and I cry, and they come over. I'm telling them to call an ambulance. And he looks at me, and I'll never forget what he said. "What's on your back?" he asked me. Just as he said it, he saw one of those god-awful flannel shirts my dad wore everywhere. It was what was left of my dad. Suddenly we hear it, screeching. He grabs me and my dad gets thrown to the ground. I'm fighting him, crying, 'cause I think we can still save him somehow. But my dad had been gone before I ever picked him up. He has to pick me up and throw me aside before I come with him. He and his buddies were all inside and locking their doors and getting guns. The landlord's asking me what happened, but I just don't know what to tell him. He pieced enough of it all together to understand that there was something dangerous there. All the lights in the house were on, and someone called the cops. They'll be there, but in 15 minutes. We look outside, and I see it walk in front of the fire they'd made. They don't know what it is. One of them says it looks like an ape. Suddenly, something goes through the window. We shoot at it, but it ain't the thing. It's my landlord's dog. Just the body though, not its head or legs. We start pushing things in front of the doors and windows when we hear something in the garage. I remember one of my friends saying the doors were open. We hear metal and glass just get ripped apart, but we put a couch and TV in front of the door to the garage. It banged around some more, but then it got quiet. Not silent, like it was before. We could hear it move around some, and the guys were talking, making sure the guns were ready. Someone hands me a pistol. No sooner did I cock the hammer back, did we hear something shatter upstairs. Then we heard it screech again, except now it was louder, and it didn't echo and fade out, because it was inside. We all rushed to the one door leading upstairs, and we got to it just as that thing did. It opened it just a bit, and 4 or 5 men just slammed into it. It got its hand through though. Someone with a shotgun took care of that. Put the barrel right up to its wrist and pulled the trigger. Cut its hand clean off. That only pissed it off though. It started pushing on the door, clawing. We were on one side pushing as best as we could, and it was on the other side doing the same. The wood was just not going to hold. Someone tells us to keep our heads down. Then suddenly, the top half of the door is just gone. My ears ringing, and there were splinters everywhere. 2 or 3 of them unloaded on the top of the door. I don't really know where it went after that. The police got there. I was still glued to the door, or what was left of it. The sun was up before they got me off it. They put me in the hospital for a while. A lot of the people talked to me, but I didn't talk back. Not for a long, long time. When I got back home, I got a job for the landlord, working on the farm. We didn't talk much, not about the thing, but I signed up for the army when I was 19, and he'd sat me down to drink some scotch as a send-off. I asked him right away what the police told him. The story they went with was a wild animal Probably a wolf or maybe a bear that had migrated north. I asked him how could they say that when they had the hand. He looks at me stunned. He tells me the hand never made it back to the station. The cop who had it in his car wrecked into a tree and died on impact. The hand was never found, probably taken away by an animal. The cops, when they would acknowledge the hand existed at all, said it simply was the paw of a bear and it looked like a human hand. I never talked to the landlord again. He went missing when I was in basic. Never found him. They say he owed some people money and just ran away, but I don't think it's that simple. I never went back to those woods. I wouldn't even if I had the whole US Army on my back. I don't think my father felt he had anything left, and that he might as well settle old scores. He went into those woods. He never came back. The FBI was called. They did a show for everyone involved, but I knew they weren't really looking. I had to get one drunk and slip him a few 50s before he finally told me that they got a few calls about those woods every year, about someone up and vanishing. But that was all he wanted to tell me. Before he got up and left with the rest of the team, he wrote "The Rake" onto a napkin. I didn't know what it meant until I searched for it on the internet. Honestly, I would have rather not known. Rewind 2 weeks. It's the 4th of July. A few of my friends want to actually do something instead of lounge around in front of our computers like we do every day. There were 5 of us. Me, Neil, Elijah, JD, and Neil's sister, Katie. Neil had the idea to go to his grandparents' house as they owned a farmhouse. We live in Texas, so having that much space, especially with other houses being half a mile out, it was the perfect place to pop fireworks without getting into too much trouble. The drive from where we lived to their house was about a 40-mile drive. Unfortunately, the only car that we had at our hands was a 2-door, so trying to fit 5 of us into the car was hectic, to say the least. The drive was actually tolerable. 3 of my friends were in the back and found a comfortable, yet funny position to sit in the car. The music Katie was playing was helping a lot and definitely passed the time. We all bought some fireworks halfway there, and my friends jumped back into their designated position for another 20 miles. As we got there, Neil forgot to mention that his grandparents were out of town for the week, which made the experience ahead of us a lot better. All of us got out of the car except for Katie, who suggested that she get us all food and sodas for the night. She kept the fireworks in the back because she didn't want us popping any off while she was gone. She drove off and we were all left there without fireworks. So we did the next best thing, went to the pool in the back. Something that already put me off was that ranch sat considerably close to a forest. Neil even went the extra step to tell me that there's an occasional wolf that can be a hassle to deal with. Of course, I got nervous because I had nothing to defend myself with if one had jumped over the fence. He handed me a pocket knife, saying that there's a shotgun in the living room if something goes down. He mentioned that he was going to set up a game of Risk for us all to play while Katie was out, as the drive to the closest market was well over a couple miles out. So, Elijah and I sat poolside, telling stories to each other about stupid stuff that happened while we were in college. During our talk, I was staring out in the forest line, paranoid about the wolves that Neil teased me about. I saw something move. I couldn't tell since the porch light behind me was making it harder to see any details, but the way it moved made my heart jump. Elijah could see my body language as he leaned in to see what was there. He started to ask me what I saw, and I replied with a wolf on the tree line. He looked toward where I pointed, and he calmed down. "That's just Katie, dude. I think she was trying to scare us." He started calling her name, waving his arm and laughing, saying how she scared the hell out of me. Neil came out of the house, wondering what Elijah was screaming about. Then he saw his sister standing in the field. He started to laugh when Elijah told him what happened and how I was on the edge of my seat. JD came out of the house next, and Neil told him to help Katie with the bags and grab the fireworks. Katie, who was out in the field, started to wave back, but the wave definitely seemed out of place. It wasn't so much waving, but a sudden jerk, like if you were trying to pop your elbow. Elijah yelled for Katie to come back so we can start the party, but JD came back with a terrified look on his face. Katie's not back yet. I just called her. She's still on the road towards Walmart. Their laughing stopped, and Elijah's face faded, and his arm fell into his lap with a thud. Everyone looked at the still jerking figure in the field. Then, she screamed. The scream was so loud, it sounded like it may as well have been a couple feet away. All of us scrambled, running back into the house. Slamming the door behind us, Neil shouted for us to lock the doors and grab the shotgun in the living room. I ran to grab the shotgun, as it was the closest thing to us, while the other two ran to each of the doors leading inside. Quickly, I grabbed the shotgun and stuffed a couple of shells in my pocket, running back to the kitchen, where we came in from, and handed the shotgun to Neil. I pulled out the shells and sat them on the counter, and he loaded one in. JD came back nearly covered in sweat, freaking out and shouted, "What the fuck was that?" Just as scared as he was, I look at both of them. Elijah quickly joining us again. "You don't think it was a skinwalker? I read stories. I've been all over 4chan and creepypastas." JD tried to reassure us. "No, it can't be. That's Katie. I'm sure she's just trying to scare us." "Cut the bullshit, JD," Neil barked at him. "That scream wasn't human. You already called her, and you told us she was still going out." He turned back to the door, pushing the blinds slightly, to find Katie closer to us. It stood at the gates of the pool, illuminated by the light, and revealing that didn't look much like Katie at all. The hair was a mess, and the clothes looked tattered. Her skin was bruised. The one thing that caught our eye most was her face. The head was tilted, like it struggled to support the weight. The eyes were blank with emotion, and the jaw was agape. It raised an arm, jerking it like it did before in a mock wave. The jerking, however, started to get more violent as the entire body started to shake uncontrollably. Neil quickly closed the curtains and backed off. He orders us to sit behind the counter. He set himself in the gap leading into the kitchen with a gun aimed at the door. I was silent for what felt like an hour. The three of us continued to look at Neil, who was completely focused on the door. A massive, grotesque smell entered our noses, and all of us reacted appropriately. The horrid stench was like if you left groceries to ferment in a box in the summer heat, with a couple of carcasses as a garnish. It was definitely hard to breathe, tasting the smell in the back of your throat, even with your nose pinched. It was so bad, JD actually threw up. Then, without any warning, the smell was gone. The hot air that was the smell went away, and was easier to breathe. I was afraid to let go of my nose, but was rewarded with a breath of fresh air. Everyone took a couple of breaths to rid their lungs of the pungent smell that lingered before. Neil asked us if we were okay and replied, JD being the exception since he'd puked. We heard what sounded like a whine. It sounded like a mix between a dog and a child about to cry. It was coming from the porch door, but from the front where we came in from the car. All of us stood up, Neil moving forward as we stayed back. We knelt down by the stairs, still hearing this whining. It didn't hit me until we positioned ourselves, but it sounded like something was trying to talk for the first time, like an animal. In a raspy, but still high-pitched voice, I could make out a very small portion of what it was trying to say. Gee, fuck,
hot.
It kept repeating this until it started to sound more enunciated, more human. What the fuck was that? It sounded like JD. Same accent, same speech pattern, same voice. JD started to shiver. His breath was getting shallow. He shouted back in a scared voice I'd never heard come from his mouth until now. Get out. Leave us alone. Get the fuck out. Leave us alone. Get out. The last words that we heard were in the same scream we heard when we saw it initially. It started to pound on the door. Not like it was trying to force itself in, but like an impatient knock. It started to scream in the same pitch we heard it when we initially saw it. Get out! Get out! Get out! It terrified all of us. The inhuman screams, the polite pounding on the door. I started crying. I thought this was it. Neil wasn't scared, like us. He was right pissed. He stood up storming towards the door, screaming. He swung open the door, pointing his shotgun at whatever was on the other side, pulling the trigger, filling all of our ears with the sound of a shotgun blast, and the ringing to follow. Neil stood at the door, huffing. His body language was wanting to rip this thing apart. I stood up, looking past his arm, seeing nothing but a shell on the ground. I looked up past his shoulders, seeing nothing on the driveway, and the road leading back to where we came. He turned around, the adrenaline fading away, and a shaky voice coming from his mouth. We're not staying here. JD, call Katie and tell her to get ready to go back home when she comes back. The rest of the time, all of us were in the kitchen. The shotgun sat on the counter with several shells near the butt of the gun. None of us wanted to say anything. None of us wanted to look at each other. It was nothing but silence until Katie called us. Neil quickly wrote a note, leaving it on the gun as we left. All of us hopped into the car, silent. Katie noticed our behavior and constantly edged us to tell her what happened. She pouted and put on her music to cheer us up. The only thing I could hear was the blood-curdling scream, telling us to get out. Number 2. My background. My dad is full-blooded Navajo from northern Arizona, and my mom is white. I grew up in SoCal, but grew up going to the res every year and eventually moved and worked there. I'm not a Skinwalker expert by any means, but I'll share what I know. The first experience I had was on one of my first solo trips without my parents, out to our ranch on the reservation. I went with my cousin and a few friends. Our ranch is pretty much in the middle of nowhere, the nearest people being at the very closest 10 miles away, so you're pretty much on your own. Our first night out there, we arrived around 2 a.m. and there was no moon and it was pitch black, so we had a hard time finding our hogan, a traditional octagon-shaped Navajo house. We decided to just camp near a cattle corral, which we found. We set up tents and knocked out until the sun came up. When I woke up, I took a little walk around our campsite and found coyote tracks which encircled our camp and actually got pretty close to the tents and campfire, which was pretty weird and a bad sign for several reasons. The rest of the day went without incident. We woke up, cooked breakfast, explored the rim of the Grand Canyon on the reservation side, and checked out old hogans in the area. We stayed up partially late that night. We had been out exploring at night and four-wheeling off some road trails. It was around 2 or 3 a.m. We were driving up a rocky road that went up to a small canyon, so there was hills pretty high and steep on both sides of me. I was standing in the back of the truck with a spotlight. That was when I saw the first light. The best way to describe what I saw was the visual effect of when you're standing in a room and someone behind you takes a picture with a flash. There was a brief instant in which everything lit up behind me, but it was a dull orange reddish light. I turned around towards where it came from and shined the light around, but there was nothing there whatsoever. Just a bunch of rocks. We thought it was weird, but kept driving. Once on top of the hill, we stopped to look around and noticed the weird light again, but this time it was far away, at least several miles. It was the same color, but looked like a muzzle flash from a gun. I waited and waited to hear the gunshot, thinking it was people like us shooting at night. But it never came. Then we saw another flash, but this time it was several miles west, and a bit closer. Then another closer and closer, within a few minutes. We decided it was a little weird without talking about it, turned around and went to the Hogan this time. We didn't really talk about the lights for some reason, and we all settled down in the Hogan. There was myself, my cousin, and my 2 white friends. We talked for a while, and it was at that moment when everyone stops talking and everyone is just about to fall asleep when this happened. The door. There's only one door, a small wooden door which locks shut, shook violently as someone kicked the door as hard as they could. It was loud and strong enough to where you could hear the lock rattle and the door bounce back and rattle against the wooden frame. My friends shot up and said, "What the hell was that?" They had good reason to be alarmed. We were very far from anyone else, and they knew that. It's extremely quiet out here, pretty much deafening silence, and you can hear when vehicles are approaching. I got out of bed, grabbed a shotgun, and told my cousin to get his rifle. I walked to the door, motioned for him to come over, and said, "You get left, I'll go right." I'm not really sure why, but I wasn't scared despite the obvious weirdness of what was going on. I ripped the door open and we both slipped out the door after one another and swept the area. Looked everywhere we could and went to the truck and got the spotlight and swept the area. Nothing. No footprints, no animals, nothing. We decided to send a message and shot some rounds off to scare whatever it was anyway. I think we were all kind of worried, but eventually went back to the Hogan and settled back in, kind of joking about it to calm our nerves. Eventually, we all fell asleep, but I hid my nervousness, and my heart was still racing. It wasn't until everyone was quiet and asleep that I noticed a thumping. I heard it very faintly through the rock walls, and when I put my ear up to the wall, I heard it a lot better. It was a very rhythmic thumping sound, something very heavy, and timed the same every single thump. It sounded as if it was coming through the rock table that the Hogan sits on top of. I tried to rationalize it and told myself it was just the cows, and somehow managed to fall asleep. I woke up the next morning and we went to check the cows, which were about 10 miles away on the ranch and hadn't been anywhere near our Hogan last night. Several days later, I told my aunts about what happened. They told me that one of my Navajo grandparents who lived alone and out in the middle of nowhere had weird things happen too. The same night we had our door kicked, someone had knocked on her door in the middle of the night. When she opened the door, there was no one there. My aunts think it was a Skinwalker who was messing with me and my cousins because we're mixed. I had a lot of weird stuff happen when I was working there as an EMT as well. It was around 2008 in northern Arizona on a Navajo reservation just on the border of the Hopi Reservation, which oddly enough is inside the Navajo Reservation. I was working as an EMT for the tribe and had just gotten my medical license a few weeks ago, and it was on one of my first shift where I wasn't third hand on the ambulance with 2 other EMTs. I was working night shift on a spring night. It was a little chilly, but not cold enough to need a jacket. The moon wasn't really out, so it was another dark night on the res. We were stationed outside the emergency department, working from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. and responding to 911 calls. We got paged out for a man-down call to the Hopi village with no other information. We usually asked assistance from the police department in securing the scene just because that's standard protocol. And a lot of times it's a nightmare call. There's a possibility of domestic violence or rowdy people. But as there's very few police present on the reservation, there were no police units available to respond with us. We were on our own. We responded code 2, lights but no sirens, and made our way to the village, which was only 10 minutes away. We arrived on scene and immediately saw the patient lying on the ground in the dirt in front of the house. It actually turned out to be a distant relative of mine somehow. I had never met or known him, but I think he was my cousin's distant uncle. He was breathing, but drunk and unconscious. He looked as though someone had either kicked him or stomped on his chest. Nothing required us to load and go, but we would transport him to the hospital to sober up and just to be safe. We checked in his house, found some drunks, might have been the people who assaulted him, and kicked them out. Now it was partially dark, and in the Hopi village, in that section, there were no streetlights. The only lights we had were the big lights on the side of our ambulance, which cast a big circle of light around the unit. There weren't any porch lights either, so it was pretty dark aside from the ambulance area. What I first noticed was quite weird. A few residents came out of their houses, which was odd because it was 2 a.m. But this village is small, so I didn't think much of it. It was pretty eerie though, because they all stayed just on the outside of the line which the light made. I could tell that they were just neighbors, but they seemed reluctant to walk into the light. At first we arrived, there were lots of dogs barking, and all of the normal noises, birds, cars, bugs, etc. We were outside by the patient, just about to get him onto the stretcher when everything changed. Out of nowhere, there was an incredibly loud howling, which pretty much sounded like a werewolf in a movie. It lasted for a good 15 seconds, long enough to make us freeze and look at each other. It sounded almost exactly like a wolf, but was odd because it sounded like a person doing a wolf call. But it was way too loud to be done by a person unless they were standing right next to us. You could actually feel the reverberate through your body. I had lived there for about a year at this point, so I wasn't super new, but knew enough to where I looked at my partner with a "is this normal?" look. Somehow he knew I was asking without verbalizing it, and shrugged while looking around nervously. I looked back around and all the people were gone in an instant. There was no one around whatsoever. You wouldn't have known that they were even there. Even the people we kicked out of the house were nowhere to be seen, and all of the normal noises were gone. All of the dogs immediately stopped barking, which usually doesn't happen. If anything, the opposite usually happens when there's a noise. Dogs go crazy. We took the sign of everyone getting out of there as a cue to get out. My partner said, "Let's get the hell out of here," and we loaded the patient and were driving out of the village, probably the fastest I've ever seen a non-crucial patient get transported. It wasn't until years later I moved away. I saw the Navajo Cops episode of The Howler, but I found it pretty interesting, considering the area that the episode was pretty far from where we were. Edit. I don't know if that was a skinwalker, or really what it was. Take it as you will. This is the story of my first encounter with an odd creature I grew to call Skinwalker. I didn't start calling them that until I came face to face with one a second time. I am now 17, but when this happened I was 9. At the time, I lived in a very small town in Michigan called Stockbridge. The town lies outside of a semi-thick forest, and I've been told by my dad much of it was cut down. My house was on the outskirts of town, near the woods. There wasn't much to do in the town. There were no fun places to go, and I had no video games or TV. So me and my friend Jake would spend all of our time outside. Both our parents were comfortable with us being outside without supervision and let us do what we wanted. The day this story takes place was August or September and was already dusk. My dad agreed that Jake and I could take his dog for a walk in the woods, as long as we didn't stay out too long. We had been walking a path which led to a creek and had been planning to turn back once we reached it. It was about 15 minutes away from the edge of the woods. We were 10 minutes into the walk and Jake's dog, Midnight, had begun sniffing everything in sight. He was a well-trained dog most of the time. We could walk with him through the woods without a leash. But before the walk, we had gotten him really excited and he still hadn't calmed down completely. A small animal saw Midnight and quickly ran back the way it came. Midnight, still a bit hyper, bolted after it, ignoring Jake's cries for it to come back. Jake and I ran after Midnight as fast as we could, but we soon lost the sight of him, and had only the noise of his barks to follow. The chase lasted a few minutes until we caught up to Midnight. He had stopped to sniff at a tree. We took a few moments to catch our breaths before we turned to follow the path we had made, crushing through the underbrush. Midnight was now walking happily beside us. We hadn't gone very far when Midnight stopped, sniffing the air. Once again, he had turned and ran into the foliage. This time, he wasn't wagging his tail or barking, just running. Again, we chased him, but he wasn't going that fast and kept slowing down, like he wanted us to follow him. We stopped at a small hill that overlooked a clearing. I remember this part perfectly. Midnight started to quiet growl, and his fur started to rise. I remember being confused, but I couldn't see anything. The noise of something moving reached my ears. As I looked in the direction of the noise, a deer crawled into the clearing. This deer crawled, not limped or walked, it crawled like a child. I remember being transfixed on the deer. I saw it had no tail, and its face and body was oddly human. Its eyes were a bit too wide, and its nose was a bit too short and pointed, and its ears were too circular. At one point, it got so close, I could see that around the pupils of its eyes were white. This is not normal for a deer. None of us made a sound, not even Midnight, as it walked around the clearing. It must have seen us, but I guess it didn't give a damn, as long as we didn't disturb it. After walking around the clearing 3 times, it walked closer toward the middle. It slowly raised itself to be standing on all 4 legs. Once it did that, it stretched its front legs out for a few moments, like a cat. Once done stretching, it raised its front legs, kind of like a horse can. Unlike a horse, it raised until its back was straight and its arms fell to its side. Midnight started barking like someone was trying to kill him. He sounded angry and dangerous. This was not the first or last time I heard Midnight bark like that, and it didn't even cause me to look at him. Instead, I continued staring at the deer, who was now staring back at us. Its eyes were wider than they had been, and it froze like a deer caught in the headlight of a car. After an unknown amount of time of Midnight's barking and the deer's staring, the deer turned and started to run on 2 legs through the woods. It ran like a man, arms swinging slightly up and down like a person can do. It was faster than anything I had ever seen, faster than any deer once it heard a gunshot. Minutes passed and we all just stood there, staring at the area where it ran. Soon, Jake turned to Midnight, who was now relaxed, and told him to walk with us. I remember leaving the clearing, but for the life of me I can't remember how we found the trail or exited the woods. Both of our parents were terribly angry with us. We had been in the woods for almost an hour, and by the time we got back, it was really dark out. We both told them what happened in the woods, but they said the deer must have been injured or something. Even at us insisting that the deer stood up, they told us it was just our imaginations, and that there was nothing to worry about. Jake and I talked about a lot after that. We also talked about my second encounter when it happened. Sadly, I moved and lost contact with Jake. This is my second encounter with a Skinwalker. This happened when I was 10, and unlike my first encounter, I do not remember much of the fine details such as time, date, or exact location. I do remember that this happened sometime in winter 2011 and took place in Canada. This happened when I was 10. I didn't know that skinwalkers were a thing at this point in time, and so my idea of skinwalkers and yours may be extremely different. My dad was thinking it would be cool, suggesting that the entire family take a trip up to Canada to visit his brother, my uncle. My mom shot that shit down immediately, as it was in the middle of winter and very cold. My dad, who can talk anyone into anything, anyone but my mom, got her to agree with him. After my dad talked some more, he was able to take only one child with him. He could take the eldest child, a boy of 10, me. My mom wouldn't agree to anything else. A week went by, in which I assume my dad got everything sorted out with James, my uncle. My dad and I loaded into the car with our suitcases and started the multi-hour drive to our destination. This was my first time out of the country, and so I spent most of my time staring out the window. Before I knew it, we were stopping safely at our destination. We must have crossed through a border check at some point, but I don't remember it. Our destination turned out to be a cabin in the middle of the woods, with no civilization for miles. It was fantastic. This remains the only time I visited Canada, but the woods were beautiful. I remember being awestruck by them. The trees were a different type than in Michigan. The nature was loud with animals, and there were some bird calls I couldn't place. And the snow was deep, but seemingly untouched. I met James and his family for the first time. The first 3 or 4 days were a blast, exploring my new surroundings and just having fun with others. My family isn't big on guns. Up until this point, I had never even seen one. My dad hesitantly said yes, believing his brother and his promise that he wouldn't actually let me shoot it. James got his gun, which was some kind of rifle, I believe, and we went into the woods. I followed him as we walked, wondering what the gun would sound like. We hadn't gone far before we reached a fence that had cans on top of it. James showed me all the parts of the gun, even unloading it, so I could hold it. He showed me how to shoot, and I had a good time, even though I actually wasn't shooting at the cans. An hour went by, and it started to snow. At this point, James and I were cold, so we decided to start heading back. I don't know how close we were to the cabin when I saw it. Over some brush, I saw what I thought was a deer standing on its hind legs, walking like James and I were a moment before. I went running towards it, all of my memories of the previous year's running deer flooding through my head. Running deer was what Jake and I started calling it, thinking that it was a name that fit the creature well. James saw me running and must have seen what I was running towards. It was massive, bigger than a deer by at least 1.5 feet. He quickly caught up with me and put his hand in front of me to stop me from going any closer. We just watched it for a bit. At first it had its back turned to us, and I could see it didn't have a tail. After a few moments it noticed us and turned around. Its face was unlike the deer's. Ears too round, nose too short and pointed, and its eyes too wide. Again I could see the whites of its eyes. Other than that, the face was completely different from the deer's. For one, it was a moose, not a deer. Those two animals don't look much alike. For another, it looked surprised. The deer had seen us, but no emotion at all ever crossed its face. Not even when midnight had started barking. But the moose looked shocked. It looked like it had found an unknown creature. I watched the moose with curiosity and wonder. The moose looked at us with something in its eyes. I couldn't place it at the time. Years later, I was 12. I saw the same look in another creature's eye. The creature was a starving dog, guarding its kill from me as I walked by. That look was hunger. The moose started walking toward us. It didn't get 3 steps before I heard a gunshot. Immediately after the gun was fired, the tree directly behind the moose seemingly exploded. Without a moment's hesitation, the moose turned and ran,
fast than anything that size should be able to move. I didn't watch it as it ran. I had fallen over, ears ringing. I had been wearing earmuffs while James was shooting earlier, but I had taken them off while we were walking back. The ringing gave way to a splitting headache. I have never been so close to a gun when it fired. I have heard that being close to a gun when fired can leave you close to death for a while, but the ringing seemed to wear off after a few minutes. James was in front of me when he shot. Maybe that had something to do with it. Anyway, once it was evident that my hearing was back, James made me promise not to tell anyone anything that just happened. Me being 10, I told my dad. James and I saw a moose, and it was standing just like a man, just like the deer. As soon as I got back, James was standing right behind me and everything. I remember James saying something like, "This kid's got one hell of an imagination," and my dad just started laughing. I have tried talking to James about this. I tried just before writing this, in fact, but he always seems to avoid the subject. He even went as far as to hang up on me when I tried pushing for information earlier. This is my third story. At the time, I was 16 and lived in Massachusetts. I've also lived in Michigan and Wisconsin and have had encounters in both. I live near Boston, but was going on a road trip with my friend and his family out to their new place in the remote parts of Massachusetts. I'll call my friend Chad. We got to their house and I was planning to stay for about a week to help them get settled in and to see the surrounding area. At the edge of their property, they have these woods, which start off with just a few trees here and there, but after a 5-minute walk, it gets really dense. On the third day of being there, Chad's mom says she wants to give me and Chad a day off, so we could do whatever we wanted. At first, we wandered around the property and hung around the house. Then we choose to walk to the closest town. This takes 30 minutes. The town is small and there isn't much to do, but I'm happy just to be back in a place like I lived for most of my life. Small and in the middle of nowhere. We talked to an owner of an ice cream shop, which told us a bit of history about the town, nothing important or exciting. After that, we had started back to Chad's house. We got back around noon, and I suggested we go for a walk in the woods. Chad, who isn't the outdoorsy type, said no, but after a couple minutes of me nagging him, he agreed to go. Even though I go out all the time, I camp and walk the trails at night most of the time. I have gotten paranoid due to skinwalkers and other stuff, so I always have a pocket knife with me when I go out like this. So I ran inside the house to get it. We started into the woods, leaving an obvious trail. Like I said, the woods were very thick. At first, Chad spends his time grumbling things like, "There's too many bugs. It's too damn warm outside to be doing things." Keep in mind, this was the last month in October. After a while, he started to enjoy being outside, and he actually says he liked it, and wanted to go further into the woods. By now, it was 4:30, and it was rapidly getting dark, but I didn't really care that much. We kept walking into the dark, to the point where I couldn't see much. We had started on our way back, but at some point we had gotten separated. I noticed this and turned on the flashlight on my phone, spinning around to see if I could see Chad. I couldn't. "Chad!" I yelled out. "Can you hear me? If you can, say something." I waited, and a few moments later, off to my right, I heard a feeble stammer. "Zach." Zach is my name. It sounded like Chad, and I quickly turned to the direction of the noise and slowly walked towards it. I didn't see anything, so I moved my light horizontally to try to spot anything. I called out again, "Chad!" and got "Zach" again. It was much stronger and louder this time. I walked forward with more confidence but stopped dead in my tracks as I heard something big move very quickly through the bush right behind me. I whipped around frantically and came face to face with Chad. At first I was stunned. I had heard him from the opposite direction. Up to this point in my life, I had only encountered a skinwalker with another person once, and we were together when it happened. So this situation was new to me. What the hell were you doing behind me? Why didn't you come from the same direction as your voice?" I practically yelled at him, overcome by anger at being tricked like that. "What are you talking about? You were the one changing directions." Chad yelled back. What? I said quietly. I shined my light on him. I could see he was obviously shaken. I heard you call my name and I started to walk toward you. You sounded scared or hurt at first, but after a few minutes you started saying my name normally. Then you stopped answering my calls and I heard you from behind me, and I saw your light, so I started running at you, he explained. I was scared, finally putting the pieces together. I had never encountered a skinwalker that could impersonate a person's voice before, and I realized it was in the woods with us. There was a faint noise of movement behind me. I turned around to see a horrible sight. Not 10 feet in front of me, its head looked like a wolf's, like the kind you would see at a zoo. It was at least 6.5 feet tall. Its head, shoulders, and arms and chest were all covered in thick gray and white fur. Its legs and most of its stomach held a much thinner pelt of the same fur. Both Chad and I saw the creature and ran faster than I thought we could. For whatever reason, the creature didn't chase us, and we made it out of the woods without incident. Chad told his family, who didn't believe him. I didn't tell mine because they haven't believed me about this stuff in the past. Chad has not gone back to the woods and has not seen the beast again. I haven't thought about this in a good 10 years since it happened. I'll start at the beginning. My family moved to secluded Pennsylvania when I was 4. I was immediately entranced with living in the country, with several acres of woods behind us, and the house seemed so huge to me at the time. However, as a kid, I was always sensitive to spirits or energy, and there were definitely some creepy things going on in the house. So my parents noticed that I stayed with our dog Bambi a lot. He was a small sheepdog and my adventure buddy when we went walking in the woods. In case you're questioning my parents, they trusted me, as young as age 7, to walk around alone as long as I was with my dog, as he was very protective of me. My dad would give me his cell phone to carry with me just in case I needed any help. Up until I was 15, I spent a lot of time alone by choice. After school, I'd be home by 3:20. I'd eat lunch immediately and take Bambi out into the woods, and we'd explore the surrounding forests, fields, meadows, and ponds together. He was always right by my side and seemed really attuned to the spirit. If I felt something was in the house, he'd bark at it or whine, or I'd watch him follow it around. Usually, he picked up on the presence of something at the same time I would. Anyway, from the backyard to the left, there is a small strip of trees, and in the fall and winter, when the branches are bare, you can see the field next door, which is about 300 yards from my house itself. There is a big plane shed up there, and a kind of runway, where my neighbor would fly his biplanes off. What's kind of important to the story is we have no neighbors for a mile in every direction. It's pretty rare to see any kind of people on the surrounding properties unless it's my neighbor haying the fields in the summer. But one day, in early fall, I had been trumping through the woods with Bambi for several hours, and I let him run off the leash most of the time because he would run ahead about 20 feet and keep turning around to check if I was still there. If I had lost sight of him, he'd retrace his steps to find me again. That day, I got caught up in something, so Bambi ran off a little bit and I suddenly realized I was alone. Suddenly, there was a lot of crashing deeper in the woods, and I heard Bambi's alarm bark and a lot of yelping and then some screeching. Raccoons and gophers really make fucking scary distress sounds, so I figured that's what it was. So I called Bambi, and he popped out of some brush, covered in pickers, and since I was spooked, I ran right back home with him. Right as I got back to the door, I stopped to catch my breath, and Bambi and I were just standing there when I spotted something standing on the very edge of the runway. It ran along the higher end of the field, and then there was a steep drop off the edge of the hill at the very end of it. They didn't appear to be wearing anything distinctive, but even at dusk, I could see that they were appearing completely black, or everything about them was very shadowy and dark. This part gives me shivers now. They were standing, facing off the runway, and then I saw them hunch over and slowly raise their head and yell, "Bambi!" at the same high voice I would use to call him. They had the same vocal inflection as me too, but it sounded like they were trying really hard to sound like me. Next to me, Bambi tucked his tail under, lowered his head, and growled softly. They called again, but this time it sounded like they were losing their voice, as if they had been calling it for a while. My 8-year-old logic assumed that someone was trying to steal my dog, but why would they stand in the middle of the field and be so obvious about it? When I told my parents about it that night, they dismissed my story. The next day, I went to my cousin's house 2 miles up the road, and my uncle told me about an animal he saw the night before that he was trying to identify. He said it looked like an emaciated cow sprinting across the bridge over the creek, which was about 300 yards from the runway. And also since then, anyone who's been at my house has always been uneasy around the creek and the plain shed runway, whether or not they're interested at all in the paranormal. I know a lot of death happens in nature, but I've also found goats ripped up in the field. The nearest house with any amount of goats or farm animals is nearly 4 miles away, and a lot of unexplained things have happened up there. Number 2. Background. I'm a female, and this occurred 2 years ago when I was 18. This takes place in Maine. Every summer, my family and I go up to camp in Ellsworth, Maine. It's about a 3-hour drive from my house. The camp itself is an hour from the nearest town. I've been going to this camp my entire life. My family owns it, and I've never had an incident like this happen before. I was watching TV in the middle of the night. Both of my brothers and parents had gone to bed. I had heard a noise coming from the kitchen and realized the dogs needed to go outside to do their business. So I took my brother's 2 pit bulls and my tiny dog outside after turning on the porch light. I walked around the front yard and let the dogs off the leash. It's so incredibly dark in the woods in Maine that the porch light really only illuminated the porch and nothing else. So I tried to keep an eye on them. I was momentarily distracted when I saw a wild bird on the lake. When I looked back, I saw the pit bulls were both looking at something in the woods. I couldn't see what it was, but I assumed they'd seen a squirrel or a raccoon. It was then I realized I didn't see Alfie anywhere. She's an awfully small dog, and she's completely black. I called her a few times, and heard a soft whimpering right where the dogs had been looking earlier. I took a couple steps in that direction and called for her again, worried that she may have gotten her paw stuck between rocks or gotten stuck in a snake hole. Suddenly, I felt something moving behind me. I whipped around and looked down, and it was Alfie. She had been staying close to me the entire time. I just hadn't seen her. So naturally I was thinking, if Alfie's here, what the fuck is in the woods? I took another step forward, and the pit bulls began to growl. They were slowly advancing, and were now on either side of me, looking right into the blackness of the woods. I quickly picked up Alfie and began to back up, very slowly. I'm not sure what I thought was there, but there's a lot of animals in Maine, and I figured the dogs knew better than I did, since I couldn't see anything. Right as I turned around, I heard the most absolutely bone-chilling thing I have ever heard in my life. Coming from the direction of the woods, I heard someone, or something, call Alfie's name. It sounded almost as if it was trying to mimic me, but it was just all wrong. The voice sounded really distorted and almost seemed to wail. I freaked the fuck out and ran inside with the dogs. I have no idea what was out there in the woods. My camp is essentially a log cabin overlooking a lake, and our nearest neighbor, who is also family, lives at least a half a mile in the opposite direction of where that thing was. So, I decided to join my best friend Karen for a 3-day stay at her grandmother's place on the reservation. Her grandmother lives near a place called Tuba City, Arizona, in the middle of nowhere but surrounded by secluded homes. We go to college together, and I was kind of interested to know about Navajo tradition. The first day we stayed, it was pretty chill, nothing out of the ordinary. But then her grandma, not old, around 65, said that a stray dog came out of nowhere and wouldn't leave. To me, it acted kind of strange and ugly looking. Black, shaggy coat, looked like a mix between a German Shepherd and a lab. That night, we were watching a movie in the living room. We had big windows that looked out into the front where the cars were parked, with the curtains wide open. Grandma was in the kitchen cooking dinner, and we were watching a movie. Next to the window is a medium bookshelf and where we keep our DVDs. Karen went to put back a DVD we had just watched, but she freaked out because that stray black dog was staring at us through the window, standing on top of the wood box outside. Not something normal dogs do, from my point of view or hers. Usually, my dog, which is a house dog, scratches the door to be let in. Reservation dogs aren't house dogs, and dogs inside houses are frowned upon in Navajo tradition, meant to protect the house and the owner. The other dogs seemed to stray away from it. Karen opened the door and yelled at it to get off the box. It ran off behind the shed. We went to Tuba City to get some groceries and came back to the house. The dog was nowhere to be seen, nothing unusual. Grandma went to visit some people, so it was just Karen and I. About 5 o'clock, we heard someone trying to open the door. We both looked out, since there had been no car heard and no dogs barking. We looked out the living room window to the door, and there was a dog trying to open the door with its paws. 2 paws wrapped around the brass doorknob, standing on its hind legs. I thought that was weird, but it didn't really freak me out. Karen was, though. She opened the door and chased it off. Grandma came back later, and Karen told her she didn't like what she heard. We got ready to sleep. We slept in the spare room since it had 2 beds. One of the window curtains opened a little. We turned off the light, but something sounded like it was on top of the roof. Pitter-patter, footsteps and scratching sounds, as well as panting. Weird, because the roof was way up there. It sounded like it jumped off onto a large plastic water barrel that they had. At first, we heard what sounded like barking, but as it grew louder, the dog seemed to be barking at something else. But all of a sudden, something was running around the house, barking, and it was no dog. No, it wasn't. The barking sounded human, a deep male voice barking, like it knew that we knew it wasn't a dog. Woof, 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 ruff, ruff, arf, arf, just exactly like that, adding the W's, R's, and A's, then panting again by the window, and we started freaking out. Karen decided to open the curtains to look out. In my opinion, that was stupid. There was a stray dog on its hind legs looking into our bedroom, but this time it stunk, and what I thought were 2 black holes in the neck Another pair of eyes twinkled. Think of those ugly, glossy spider eyes, staring at you, and the paws were deformed, looking like hands, and overgrown, somewhat thick, sharp fingernails. Again, both screaming and shutting the curtains closed. Grandma came running through the door, and seeing it, first thing she did was grab ashes from the fireplace, loaded 3 bullets into a shotgun from under her bed, blessed herself in Navajo, and went outside to shoot it, yelling in Navajo about how the thing wasn't welcomed here, and how it should get the hell out, and for it to go linger somewhere else. Them both being traditional, the next day they called a medicine man to come over and put cedar in the house. He prayed over everyone with cedar smoke and an eagle feather, blessed the place, and made us eat bitter herbs called eagle's gull or something, and gave me an old arrowhead. Apparently, I needed to carry one for protection, and a little pouch called a corn pullen. Seems to work pretty well. The medicine man said the dog was a skinwalker, which in Navajo is a long word, but I just call them Yoshis. The body of a stray dog, which was killed by the skinwalker, made an illusion, so we wouldn't know that it wasn't a real dog. He also said that skinwalkers tend to harm people by using some sort of human bone, straw, to spit at someone and get human bones into them. Doctors can't detect it, but the medicine man that day pulled a piece of a human skull out of my grandma's right shoulder, pretty big, about 2 inches long and 1 centimeter thick. It was real because we watched him pull it out of her. That was intense. So, I lived in my parents' rental house near my school. It was kind of an intermediate form of living on my own. All the perks, not as many responsibilities. They wanted me to worry about school rather than bills, is how they put it. I still have a part-time job for groceries and other various stuff I want though. The night it happened, I'd come home to a crazy dog, Vinny. My big black lab was going absolutely bonkers. He was jumping up on me, which he never does, and barely let me get to the counter to set down my takeout. I figured he was out of water or excited for dinner. It was close to dinner time, and I paused to scruff him and calm him down. But he just kept bounding around like he wanted to tell me something. I filled his bowl and took my Thai food to the couch. I put on my favorite show and settle in. I had a paper to write, but was putting it off for a while. It was for my American film as lecture class, which was important for my comparative lecture major, but I wasn't thrilled to write the paper on native son. So, it was probably going to be a late night for me, as I was inevitably going to put it off until late. Vinny came bounding in the living room and stood in front of the television. I stared at him for a moment as he panted furiously and started barking at me. I was quick to hush him because he has a big bark and we had neighbors. But he kept stalking around the living room, making various dog noises, whining and pawing at the carpet. I put my book down and went to give him more food just to shut him up. But his bowl was untouched. He never left so much as a kibble behind, and I became very apprehensive. He was acting like something was wrong, and he wasn't a drama queen, so I made sure all of the doors were locked and turned on some lights. "Go outside, Vinny," I said, sitting back on the couch. He whined at me and I had to get up to pull him by the collar to get him to the dog door to the backyard. He shot me a look and climbed through and I sighed, still a bit concerned, but not overly so. I went back to the living room and resumed my dinner. After a good 5 episodes or so, I got enough inspiration to go into the computer room and start writing my paper. There was a thump from outside as I sat down, but I ignored it. Vinny could get crazy sometimes and bounced all over the place, so I directed my attention to my homework and slowly got going. I'd been working for an hour or so when I heard another thump and something drag along the side of the house. I furrowed my brow and tried to concentrate on my paper, but something felt off. Vinny started barking and I rushed to the door to get him to come in. He was growling, hackles fully up, and I could barely get him back inside. I locked the dog door and tried to walk away, but he just sat there staring at it, still growling. I cautiously grabbed his collar and opened the door. The yard looked normal, kind of sickly in the outdoor lights, but otherwise just fine. Vinny jerked against me and it took all I had to keep control of him. He started barking again and I had had enough. We were going inside for the night. I made sure all of the doors were locked and the garage was closed. Something was definitely off, and I decided to finally call the police on the non-emergency number. "Hi, my dog is acting really weird and I've heard some noises outside. Is there any way you could have someone drive by my house?" I asked. "Of course," the woman said. "What's your address?" I told her my address and thanked her profusely. Vinny was still acting like a nutcase, but I didn't want him to go outside anymore. I felt better with him going crazy inside where he could protect me. Vinny is a big dog, fiercely protective, and really scary when he wants to be. I had a boyfriend try to hit me once and Vinny nearly bit his arm off. He may have been acting like a manic, but if something happened, he'd have my back. I sat back down at the computer and the measly 400 words I'd managed to write and listened to Vinny bark at the door. I was going to go crazy and I had no real way to shut him up. I considered locking him in his crate, but I was too on edge. There was a knock at the door and I nearly jumped out of my skin. Vinny started barking his head off and I grabbed his collar again so I could open the door. 2 policemen stood on my porch. "We just wanted to let you know everything looks okay from the street," the first said, looking a bit nervous as I held the bouncing, growling beast by my collar. "Did you want us to check around back for you?" "Oh my gosh, would you?" I asked, relieved. "That would be wonderful, right through here," I said, showing them to the back door. They went out and walked around the lawn for a few minutes and then came back in. "It doesn't look like you have anything amiss," the other cop said, "but we'll drive by later." "Thank you, I really appreciate it," I said, showing them out. I locked the door and let go of Vinny's collar. He ran into the other room to bark at the door again. Part of me wanted to go unlock it, but something told me not to. I finally had enough and put him in the laundry room with his bed and toys, hoping he'd just lie down and go to sleep. But he just kept barking and howling. It was muffled now, though, which made it easier to concentrate on my homework. After what seemed like hours, I clicked the double space option and exhaled proudly, just barely making the page number requirement. That deserved some ice cream for sure. I let Vinny out and scooped myself a bowl and made my way upstairs to get ready for bed. Vinny usually comes with me and sleeps in my bed, but stood at the bottom of the stairs, whining, giving me a little bark. I called him, but he just stood there, panting. I was really unnerved, but left my door open so he could come to bed when he calmed down. I ate my ice cream and read a few chapters in my book, then snuggled in for the night. I don't think I'd even fallen asleep when Vinny just went nuts downstairs. I was out of bed in a flash. He sounded like he was dying or something. On my way downstairs, I heard a loud clatter and a high-pitched scream from Vinny. I found him growling, barking, whining and snarling in the kitchen doorway, fixated on something. I ran to his side to calm him down, and that's when I saw it. The dog door was halfway across the kitchen, lying limp on the tile, and something was trying to come through the hole. The thing was, it was somewhere between one of those gray aliens and a corpse. It had one shoulder and a long, oddly jointed arm claw on the floor, and it struggled to get its other shoulder through. Its skin was somewhere between pale blue and mold green, like dead flesh. The hand that was clawing at the kitchen floor was too long, like it had extra joints in its fingers, which were tipped with ugly little black claws instead of fingernails. Its face was stretched, its jaw hanging lower than it should, in a mewling, groaning, angry moan. It didn't seem to have eyes, just sunken, black, empty sockets. It started to wiggle its other shoulder through the door, and I didn't need to see any more. I pulled Vinny into the garage, not bothering with shoes or pants. I sped to my parents' house, running a few lights along the way. I told my parents what happened, but they didn't believe me, obviously. They did comment on how agitated Vinny was, though. I didn't sleep a wink that night, and I didn't go to school the next morning, opting to play sick and cuddle with Vinny all day. He'd calmed down, and that alone made me feel safe. When my parents went back to the rental house, they found the dog door halfway across the kitchen floor, and half of the backyard torn up. Claw marks were dug into the floor by the door, which they blamed on Vinny, but agreed that the situation was weird. I moved back into my parents' house and insisted they come with me to pack up my stuff. I wouldn't stay past dark either. It's all I can do to stay in school. I'm getting Vinny licensed as a therapy dog so he can come with me everywhere I go. I don't think anything like what happened that night will happen again, but if it does, Vinny has my back.